Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the greatest live show of all time. That is right, everybody. Now, for those of you who are new here, I always make sure to include timestamps in the description below, so if you want to skip around for whatever wacky reason, and you're watching the VOD, you're more than welcome to do so. That being said, today we're going to be talking about the tipster's defense of Vaush. That was definitely grammatically correct. The tipster's defense of Vaush. And more specifically, we're going to be going over, I guess, some points he's made, see whether or not, I'm sorry, I'm spacing out. If I were to make this into a video, I would have done the thing where, you know, you have how there's like the loading screen effect. I would have like zoomed into my face and then put that on my forehead. Unfortunately, this is a live stream, so I guess I'm not going to do that. But yeah, with that being said, it would be interesting if I could do that. Regardless of that fact, I also forgot to put the Streamlabs link in chat because, long story short, I may or may not, this is a big may or may not, you know, big maybe, I may or may not have accidentally fucked up a stream. And by that, I mean, I streamed for like 3 minutes, and then somebody in chat pointed out the fact that I was muted. Now, believe it or not, this time I actually was muted. Because as soon as I looked, I'm like, oh shit, there's no audio. The person, Marcy Fox, aka the person that pointed that out, was objectively correct. It was muted indeed. Oh boy. But yeah, I need to put the Streamlabs link in the thingy. And, yeah. Also, hello, Mutated Cutie. Once again, not muted. You are correct. I am not muted this time. Thank goodness. But yeah, Jesus Christ. Oh my god. What an incredible start to the stream. But yeah, I'm also going to be going over some stuff that President Sunday has said that I think I find myself agreeing with. I guess we might go from there. So, yeah. Because Tipster did do a almost 3-hour-long stream defending Vaush. Now, granted, this is nothing. It does not compare to my 8-hour stream. 2 hours and 3 hours is rookie numbers. You should at least be able to defend him for 8 hours. That being said, I've also changed my mind. Like, a lot. And I do recommend, if you are like in complete support of Vaush and think that he did either nothing wrong or almost nothing wrong, I do heavily recommend checking out my previous stream on Vaush, where it's called Was I Wrong About Vaush? And I sort of go over some reasons why I've changed my perspective a little bit. And I also have a conversation with Sinthe, who made some good points, and yeah, I'm not here to like make bad faith arguments against Vaush, because I do think it's like a nuanced issue, right? And I think that Klein has definitely handled this really poorly, but I also think that there are some things that should not be overlooked. With that being said, I do want to start with a President Sunday video, even though this is about Vaush. I want to set the tone first, because I think that President Sunday made some very interesting points in a video called I'm Done from 2 days ago. So, yeah, if we watch this video, well, I guess we'll see what he has to say.
Hello, everyone. I want to start by saying that I am genuinely saddened to have to make this video. I'll explain by the end why I feel I have to make this video, but I'm going to try to keep it brief, so we'll just get right into it.
I'm so excited.
On February 6th, while streaming, Vaush attempted to save an image from his internet browser, and this automatically brought up a folder to the screen featuring explicit pornographic images of anime girls, some very clearly underage. This was streamed to his entire audience.
You can see this is an example of the kind of structure that I'm referring to.
And with an audience of Vaush.
Yeah. That's where it all started. Oh my god. But I view that clip completely differently from how I viewed it the first time I looked at it. Jesus Christ.
To size, In no universe is something like this not going to spread everywhere. And 3 days later, Ethan Klein on the H3 podcast spent 2 hours of a live stream exposing the leak to 50,000 concurrent viewers, and went over what can be diplomatically described as optically unsound clips from Vaush's past, in which he discusses issues surrounding child pornography and...
Yeah, and the issue with Ethan Klein there is he, rather than actually acknowledging what the arguments were, he instead shows some of the context of the out-of-context clips so that he can say, well, you see, I'm not misrepresenting anything. I'm showing the context while talking over the context, pausing it every 2 seconds so that Vaush can't finish whatever the fuck he's saying, and then basically doing the thing where he says, actually, the context doesn't matter. Here's what he said in the clip, which is stupid. Like, it's very obvious that Ethan Klein didn't even watch the full debate. And that's not to say that oh yeah, Vaush is completely innocent either. Like, yeah, those arguments were dog shit, but that should be like the criticism there is, yeah, these arguments fucking suck. They just don't hold up logically or optically. But that in of itself definitely does not incriminate Vaush. Again, I think that the main thing that Ethan Klein glossed over that he actually should have talked about was the horse thing. It is unambiguously zoophilia. There's no ambiguity to it. I love the before the stream ends. Yeah, same. But there's literally no ambiguity to it being horse, right? Like, it's not just like an anthropomorphic creature. It is a horse. Okay? This is drawn bestiality, okay? And I'm going to show a censored version on screen just so that you're all aware of what this is, okay? This is not an anthropomorphic creature. An anthropomorphic creature would have opposable thumbs and hands and stuff like that. If this is an anthropomorphic creature, what the fuck is it? That's a very strange looking anthropomorphic creature, if I've ever seen one. In fact, it almost looks like it's not an anthropomorphic creature, and that it's actually literally just a fucking horse. This is a censored version of one of the images in Vaush's folder. It is literally, by definition, drawn bestiality. That is what this is, regardless of how you look at it, right? There's zero ambiguity. With that being said, by definition, Vaush is a zoophile. Now, if you agree that lolicon is bad, because while it is the case that it's not real depictions of children, it is going to be the case that people that are attracted to lolly are, well, pedophiles. Similarly, the same line of logic applies to bestiality. While it is true that this is not a real horse, you're still attracted to bestiality. You are still a zoophile, right? So it would still be wrong, with the same logic that you would use to condemn lolly. So, no matter what way you put it, Vaush is wrong. He is morally he is unambiguously in the complete wrong in a moral sense. So, regardless of how much you like Vaush, you can't deny the evidence that is literally right in front of you. You cannot sit here and pretend that the drawing, again, I'll show the censored version one more time. You cannot sit here and pretend that this is not drawn bestiality. It objectively is drawn bestiality. That is what this is. There's no room for interpretation. This was in Vaush's folder. I saw Vaush's folder. So, again, even if you love Vaush, and again, I was a huge Vaush fan, okay? I can tell you all about it. I literally did an 8-hour stream defending him. So, if any Vaush fans are watching this, I urge you to, rather than just ignore the evidence that is literally in front of you, understand that, yes, this is the evidence This is what it is. There's no ambiguity. With that being said, like, unless you want to make arguments that would basically be used by lolicon defenders, which would be a strange approach, and your idol Vaush would condemn that because he's against lolicon. So I wouldn't go that route, right? So again, I just decided I would show that for anyone that's still defending Vaush, because I don't think that people that are defending Vaush are bad people. And that's sort of why I want to get into the tipster defense of it, right? Do you think animals can consent to being eaten? No. No, they cannot. Oh, oops. Did not mean... I don't want it to be making that noise. Sorry. No, I do not think that animals can consent to being eaten. In fact, I am of the belief that veganism, and you might hate me for this, is the morally correct position. What you do with that information is up to you. But we eat them? Yeah, okay, whether or not people descriptively do something does not act as a prescriptive statement of what people ought to do. So it could be the case that, yes, everyone eats meat or whatever, or most people do, right? Well, it was also the case that everyone owned slaves. Not everyone. The slaves didn't own slaves, but most, or maybe not even most, but a lot of people in society used to own slaves, right? But whether or not people do something is not the same thing as whether or not they should do something, right? Also, hello, Sapphire. Hello, Dreamerland. To be honest, I just think Tipster is cringe. IDK what he said or did, but I can't stand him. Okay, I'm guessing it's because of the soundboard. From what I understand, he's not going to be spamming the shit out of his soundboard too much in this, because it is more of a serious stream from him. But yeah, again, before we get into that, I will be getting into the President Sunday thing. You like my PFP? I can't see what it is. It's too small on my screen. Oh shit, oh shit. You are coping and seething. Yeah, no, it's fucking AIDS. I can't stand his soundboard. We got tipsters in call right now. Wait, what? Oh wait, did I misread that? Sorry, there's like a... Oh, we've got tipsters in callers right now. Sorry, okay, in my defense, that wasn't me being illiterate this time. That was because there's like a fucking emoji in the way. There's like an emoji in like the bottom right corner of chat. It's fucking stupid. Can I have your Discord perhaps? No. No, not yet at least. I don't really give my Discord out as much. But yeah, anyways, unless I like specifically am looking to get sent something, I guess, or specifically want a specific conversation with a specific person, or like plan on doing something. Either way, sorry, that was a whole side tangent. So is being a zoophile okay now? No, alias unknown. That is the complete opposite of what I said, is that it's not okay. And that Vaush is in the wrong for that, because zoophilia is bad. So, yeah, no. Yeah, anyways. Aw, dang it. Yeah, I guess you're gonna have to hold your horses, if you know what I'm saying. But yeah, anyways, let's actually watch the fucking President Sunday video. Jesus Christ.
Lolly content. Vaush
Hold on, let's replay that.
Unsound clips from Vaush's past in which he discusses issues surrounding child pornography and lolly content.
So, I mean, the main thing that he was discussing was like, I guess, tangential issues where those were used as like analogies / examples. But again, I don't think that that's like I think a bad argument or being wrong about something is not enough to like morally impugn somebody in of its, well, it depends on what the bad argument is, right? Like if you're arguing in favor of the Holocaust, okay, that's enough to morally impugn you. But, you know, like you get the point though, right? Like making an argument that has bad optics for the sake of being edgy, I don't think that's like, but again, there are things that do morally impugn Vaush that are pretty bad. Again, the zoophilia thing is bad.
Vaush immediately scheduled a stream afterwards, at the beginning of which I posted to his live chat that he should seriously consider whether this was a wise decision. Obviously, he didn't take this seriously, as he went on to try and explain away the presence of the underage content on his computer by claiming, and I kid you not, that he mistook it for short-stack goblin hentai.
This is one of the reasons why stuff like this is impossible to clarify, because even talking about it comes across as like crazy defensive or whatever, right? But what else am I supposed to do? Let people like Ethan Klein lie and say that it was all like a folder full of lolicon? Or
No, but there was definitely lolly in it. Like, and if you look, and it took me a while to figure this out myself, but look, here's the thing. If you look at what's in the folder, it is disturbing, to say the very least. But when I first saw it, I couldn't pinpoint why. I couldn't articulate it because I couldn't think. But if I can't articulate something, then in my mind, it is an irrational response. It is not grounded in reality. So I gave Vaush the benefit of the doubt and assumed that it wasn't lolly. Because it is kind of difficult to tell sometimes. I think in this case, it wasn't difficult to tell. I think that my initial reaction to it, in terms of the initial disgust factor, that should have told me a lot. But it didn't, because I didn't want to let my emotions get the best of me. So what did I do? I ignored it in my mind. Because whether or not I find something disgusting doesn't ultimately determine whether or not it's right or wrong, right? But once Sinthe, in the conversation we had, was able to specifically pinpoint specific characteristics and reasons why it was lolly, I ended up agreeing with her. Because all she really did was articulate what I had seen. I wasn't able to articulate it. So, once again, it's fucked up. Glad to see Vaush fans not letting this slide. Yeah, he needs to take responsibility for this. Like, I don't know if I still am, but yeah, I mean, I'm basically a Vaush fan, right? I know I certainly was. I was certainly a Vaushite before this stuff. And at first, I was like, yeah, I'm going to jump to his defense. But again, I think he just needs to take accountability for what he did do wrong. Like, yeah, is Ethan Klein a piece of shit? Is he dishonest? Yeah, sure. Well, I agree with all of that, right? But that doesn't negate the fact that there is, well, literally drawn bestiality that is what is in the folder. And let's face it, lolicon, that is in there. That is what is those are some of the contents of the folder. Just again, I literally saw what was in there. So, and again, considering the fact that I was one of the first people to try and defend Vaush, I dedicated an 8-hour stream. I was getting a fuck ton of pushback. I just kept defending him, right? Because nobody was making good arguments. Most people that were making arguments were making dog shit arguments, right? But again, the more time I've had to think about it, the more I realized that, oh, Vaush is not innocent. Just because Ethan Klein's criticisms are dog shit, that doesn't mean that Vaush didn't do anything wrong. It just means that Ethan Klein isn't able to properly criticize Vaush, right? I don't know. I just want Vaush to, like, take accountability and get therapy. Because I think that, if anything, in terms of what he saved on his computer, I think it hurts him more than it hurts anybody else. I don't know. Maybe that's just my opinion. Let's go, critical thinking leftist. Yeah, well, that was the thing, is I gave him the benefit of the doubt. And now I believe that I am more qualified to criticize Vaush than basically fucking anybody. Because I have gone over every possible reason as to why he would be innocent. Every possible justification anyone could think of. Because I genuinely want Vaush to be innocent. Unfortunately, he's not. And that sucks because this is somebody that I've looked up to. Somebody that I was a fan of. All I want from him is just to take accountability and change for the better. But I feel like he's not willing to do that. At least not yet. Maybe in the future. But I don't know. Sorry, that was a whole tangent.
Just explain it, you know? Anyway, one of the two images just flatly didn't look like Lolly. I don't give a shit. Like cope, diamond, I just don't care. Like disingenuous shit, you know? The other one is like a threesome with two chicks and a guy. And in retrospect, looking at it, knowing now that that artist is a lolicon, yeah, I can see it. When I looked at it, I think the vibe that I got was like short stack, thick kind of thing. You know what I mean?
Now, this part of Vaush's defense is actually kind of interesting in retrospect because I saw the defense before I saw the folder. So with him saying things like, it's just blatantly not lolly and, oh, this one was kind of sussy, but I didn't interpret it that way. But knowing what I do now I know. Because what that put in my mind when I went to actually look at what the folder was after watching this, I was like, well, you know, this is, you know, the only reason I think it looks this way is because I already know what it is. So I would be looking for it, right? I don't know if he does this deliberately or not, but it's a very interesting tactic. Now, it could be the case that he's not thinking about it. That's more likely, right? But he is very good rhetorically, so it definitely doesn't hurt if he's trying to convince people that are already on his side to stay on his side if they look at the folder, right?
Like the way like goblins get drawn in porn. You'll have to entertain me for a moment on this presumed shared knowledge of how goblins get drawn in pornography. But you know how they're all like thick short stacks, right? That was the vibe that I got because in the image, the girl that's shown has super thick legs and has like tits and a belly. So that's just the vibe I got.
But there were images depicting girls that had like 1 month on estrogen boobs, and they weren't trans. It was like 1 month of either estrogen or puberty boobs. Maybe more than a month, but you get the point. It was not... Yeah, it was... Okay, I'm listening to your case, Femyoz. I watched your first stream, and I feel like you came from a good place, and then demonstrated to keep an open mind that you said you would be listening to why this was a huge cross line for so many. Yeah. Like, that's the thing, is if I'm proven wrong about something, like, I'll change my mind. Like, that's the point. Small boobs, I have them though. Okay, it's not just about the small boobs, right? Like, that would be... And this is why, if I were to say, for instance, debate somebody like Tipster, I would not argue over whether or not it's lolicon. I would argue over whether or not Vaush is a zoophile, because it's so clear-cut and unambiguous, where you can literally show the censored version on stream, and it's like, yeah, like everybody knows what this is, right? With lolicon, it's a little bit harder, because it's like, you would have to... Because, like, what would I be able to show to my audience, right? Without them seeing it, that, oh, yeah, these titties look pretty underdeveloped. So that's why that's not the route that I'm going to go. The zoophile thing was admitted. Yeah, it was admitted, but it was glossed over. Like, he just acted like it was nothing. But any line of logic you use to rightfully condemn lolicon could also be used to condemn zoophilia, right? So I'm not going to let him off the hook that easy just because, the horse thing is like a meme. And this is one of the most blatant and obvious flaws with Ethan Klein's analysis, is he does the same fucking thing. He just glosses over it. He doesn't acknowledge the fact that, yeah, this is literally just drawn bestiality. That is what it is. That is what bestiality is, the thing that it depicts.
But now knowing
the lolly shit has a gray area. Yeah, exactly. Like it's harder to argue why it's lolly because if the audience watching the debate doesn't see it, then it's really hard for them to like pick a side that isn't contingent upon who they already agree with. And because like again, like how am I supposed to show on a stream the titty size as one of the characteristics that leads me to believe that, yeah, you would know just from looking at it that it's lolly. Right? But either way, and no, it's not just like, and it's not just the small titties, right? It's like, how large is the head proportional to the body? How large are the titties? What is their body shape? All of these different characteristics are what determine whether or not that's the case. I didn't see the folder, so I don't know. Yeah, which is interesting because I was initially defending Vaush even after I saw the folder because I don't know if this is... You know what? I honestly think I might have been in denial because the second time I saw it, I had a completely different opinion. It's like, yeah, this is really obvious. First time I saw it, I think I just didn't process the information. It's like my brain didn't even process the fact that, oh yeah, there's like drawn bestiality in front of me. Like, I didn't do it in bad faith either. I feel really shitty about it because I feel like that kind of fucks up my credibility as somebody that's supposed to be able to analyze this stuff. Because at the end of the day, it's like, if I say, yeah, I saw the folder and you didn't, and I didn't see anything problematic in the folder, it's like, well, I didn't see anything that I was able to articulate why it's problematic, because all I knew was that I had an emotional response, but that wasn't enough. So, I guess I should do better when it comes to analyzing stuff, but revising opinions with incoming info is nothing to be guilty about. But that's the thing, is I had seen the folder. It's just my brain didn't process the information. Genuinely. I don't know why. It's like I didn't want to acknowledge the fact that, yeah, this isn't, not only is this fucking nasty shit in front of me on my fucking computer screen, but this is what was in the folder of somebody that I look up to. Incoming info can be internalized too. It can take time to process. Yeah. Like, and it's like, I feel like I've fucked myself by doing, I guess, originally a defense stream before I had processed the information, right? Like, if my take was, well, Vaush didn't do anything wrong, it's just that I personally think that the images are kind of icky. Well, why do you think they're icky? Why do you think they're icky, Femyoz? Are they just icky because they're icky? And at first I probably would have said, yeah, it's just my personal opinion, right? Now, that's not to say that a disgust factor or a feeling of disgust in of itself is the best argument, right? You can have irrational feelings of disgust. That is possible. That is very possible. It happens with people all the time. And I assumed that that was what was happening with me. So, again, it's like, I feel like no matter what I do, like, as somebody that was supporting Vaush, like, I fucked myself because I'm not going to continue supporting him because I now know what he did was wrong, and I've processed the information that, yeah, he's in the wrong, and how fucked up his folder that I looked at was. So now I'm isolating people that would think he's innocent, and I've already isolated most people that think he's guilty, so now I'm fucked. Like, and then there are going to be people that are like, oh, Femyoz disingenuously changed her position for optics reasons. Where if you actually watch the streams, you know that's not the case. You can watch the progression of me revising my opinion. But nobody's actually going to watch the streams because that would require too much time. But they'll make arguments against me without watching the content. Sorry, I'm getting rambly. Anyways. Accidents happen, dude. I worked for a femboy streamer who turned out to be doing sus things underage. I had no idea. Yeah, I don't know. I hopped off the Vaush train after I saw Destiny go over the stuff between him and Poppy. Yeah, that was so long ago, so I gave him the benefit of the doubt, and I'm like, okay, so, like, he used to be a bad person, but he changed, right? He apologized, he doesn't do it anymore, etc. This whole discourse is a minefield, Lamau. Yeah, it really is. It's fucking wild. It's really bad. It's really bad.
That the artist is a lolicon, which I have been roundly reminded of, obviously knowing that it was intended to be a lolly drawing. So, like, that's how it is, right?
Again, I guess this might have been what instilled in my mind when I saw it for the first time, that, oh, the reason I instantly see this as lolly is because I'm looking for it. Therefore, it must not be that. Because the only way I can see it that way is if I'm looking for it, right? That was obviously a wrong interpretation.
And I didn't say anything. I mean, I watched the back and forth between Ethan and Vaush on stream.
I made the mistake of saying something, and you know what? You know what? No, honestly, I don't think it was a mistake. Because, well, in retrospect, in a similar situation, would I do it again? Probably yes, because I would want people... A, it gets views and new concurrent viewers. And B, I want people to see what my thought process is. I want people to be able to follow along with that, right? And, potentially change their opinions for the better, right? So even if it's the case that I was wrong, right? Reason I'm keeping those streams up is A, they collect views, and B, the more important reason, so people, Jesus Christ, that they collect views, that sounds so fucking cynical. And B, the more important reason, of course, is intellectual honesty and being able to demonstrate how I've changed certain views / opinions, right? Femyoz, are you a short stack? Short stack defense was terrible? Yeah, even in the defense stream of Vaush, I analyzed his response video, and I was literally criticizing him on his optics and the things he was saying. And I'm like, oh, well, he's just under a lot of stress. He's under a lot of pressure, so... like if he was given more time to respond, he would have done a better job articulating himself. But like I get what he's trying to get at, Like very charitable interpretation from me. Again.
Criticized Vaush and Ethan when their arguments were bad, and most of them were, but I didn't do what I normally would do and make a judgment. I didn't condemn Vaush. I didn't believe he was that person.
Yeah, me neither. And the reason that I didn't condemn Vaush and even defended him is because it's like, okay, if there's not a reason to condemn somebody, right? It means that if they are being condemned, that you ought to go against the people that are condemning the person that ought not be condemned. Sorry, that was a very interesting way of wording it, but I think you get the point, right?
So I waited for Vaush to say something else.
He should have gone with the classic Aqua defense. So true.
That would fix it. I don't know what...
I did find it sus that Vaush didn't go on to Ethan's show. Yes, this is the other thing that shifted my opinion. Vaush is a better debater than Ethan Klein by basically every metric. But in this case, the one metric that he wouldn't have in his favor is the correctness of his position. Now, don't get me wrong, Ethan Klein would make plenty of terrible arguments. But the reason it would be an optics nightmare for Vaush isn't just because, whatever, he has worse optics. It's because he's more wrong than Ethan Klein. He's a god debater compared to Ethan, yet he didn't go on. Yeah, exactly. If you are Vaush and you think you are innocent, you have every reason to go on to the fucking H3 podcast to debate him. If you know that you're in the wrong, then you might not do that because you know what you did was indefensible. And the fact that he knows, or at least there's reason to believe he knows, at least to some extent, that he's indefensible, while still having his fans defend him, basically. Fucking people like me, right? I find that to be fucked up.
What I was hoping Vaush would say, I guess I really was just hoping for some explanation. And even when he gave one, and it was completely unconvincing, I still waited. Because people often say stupid things when they panic, things they
Yes, this was the same justification I gave.
later go back and correct when they've calmed down, right? And some people, when faced with something awful, wait, like me, hoping for an explanation that will make things make sense in a way that makes the awful situation go away.
Yeah, and that's sort of where I played a role. Well, not for President Sunday, but that's sort of like the role I played was like coming up with explanations, right? For how he could be innocent, right? I was waiting for explanations versus I came up with explanations that I deemed to be plausible. And in a sense, they were, right? But the more that evidence stacks on top of other evidence, on top of other evidence, on top of other evidence, you start to lose a little bit of that plausible deniability. It becomes implausible deniability, in which case you might want to change your perspective a little bit if the deniability is implausible.
I don't know what I was hoping for. I can't fathom now what he could have possibly said. In retrospect, maybe there wasn't really anything that he could say that would make any of this better.
What if you have a debate about this with Acheeto? I think he's live right now. What would we disagree on? The extent to which Vaush is or isn't a PDF file? Like, oh yeah, I think, I have this percentage certainty level of him being a PDF file as opposed to your higher percentage of certainty. It'd be the dumbest debate ever. I'd be more interested in debating Tipster because Tipster has a position far more similar to my original position. So I have reason to believe that he's arguing it in good faith, and that if he's presented with with sufficient evidence, that he will change his position, like I have.
But I waited. And Vaush went with goblins. There was a moment in Ethan's second stream on the Vaush leak where Ethan pointed out that
if you're friends with someone in real life and you have history and you have rapport, and if something comes up that's really, concerning, you would talk to your friend, right? But these are not my friends. These are people online that I know.
Right.
And even saying I know them is kind of stretching it. Like, it's not, this is not what you think it is.
Wait, what's your position on this? So my position was originally basically just me defending Vaush, but at this point, I think that both Ethan and Vaush are in the wrong. And that, yeah, Vaush is kind of indefensible at this point. The lack of accountability. It's just...
Something clicked in my head when I heard this. Like this line was directed at me. Obviously it wasn't, but it kind of felt like it. You see, I realized that I wanted to give Vaush a few days. Not simply because I liked Vaush as a person. Vaush has done genuinely good things for people in the community. From help.
Vaush's career isn't over, his fan base is all orbiters. Oh no, I absolutely agree that there's a good chance that he sort of recovers from this, but that doesn't make him any more in the right. I don't know. It's that could be the case. It could be the case that he has a big, bright future ahead of him. That doesn't make him any less fucked up for literally having bestiality on his PC. Is that Tip's voice? No, we're starting with a President Sunday video because it's only it's under 15 minutes long, so that's why I'm starting with it.
helping to raise funds for good causes or for friends in need, to defend.
Ethan mishandled the situation, and Vaush keeps giving Ethan more ammo, basically. That is true, right? Well, the issue I have is that Vaush isn't innocent, but he's acting like he did absolutely nothing wrong. But that's not true.
Friends when they're publicly attacked. This is someone who, in my world, in my corner of the internet, has come to matter. And it's really hard to watch someone who has come to matter to you, whose well-being you've come to care about, turn into something that disgusts you.
He won't be able to grow larger now, I don't think. This drama is way too big. To be fair, so was the Poppy stuff, right? That was big. But, again, after a certain amount of time, like, it stops being huge. And I'm of the belief that, A, people deserve second chances, but B, more importantly, not saying I'm going to give Vaush second chances unless he takes accountability, but people sort of forget and forgive without even realizing it, or they just don't know, and then they start watching Vaush's content, and as soon as they find out, it's like, well, I'm not going to spend like 20 hours looking into this to find out whether or not, this is true, or, maybe this shit is false, whatever, right? So it's not that it even, and yes, the drama this time around seems huge, but part of that is because, like, if you're involved in a community, any amount of drama like this is gonna seem fucking huge, right? Like, the reason, at least for me, that it feels huge is it's like, oh shit, this is Vaush, and it's like everybody is talking about it, right?
And it's hard to have a friend come under.
Are people complaining about the bestiality stuff or the lolly stuff? Both, but the bestiality stuff is easier to, like, prove that it's bestiality to people that would still support Vaush. Like, it's literally, like, even if you do you can't do mental gymnastics to conclude that the horse image is actually not a horse and just an anthropomorphic creature. You have to actively ignore the horse creature, which, I mean, I kind of did ignore it because holy shit, that's fucked up, and my brain didn't process the information properly. So I glossed over it when I did see it. But yeah, no, shit. But if you think about it, it's like, I don't know. Look, it's harder to prove that something, it's harder to prove that the images of Lolly are Lolly than it is to prove that the horse image is bestiality. The other thing is that when people gloss over the horse thing, it's because it's like, oh, that's like a meme, right? But if you actually think about it for 2 seconds, it's like, oh, sure, it's a meme, but that doesn't make it not important, right? This is drawn bestiality, right? And people gloss over that. Ethan Klein glossed over it, right?
Under attack. But
these are not my friends.
Mm-hmm.
These are people online that I know.
Right.
And even saying I know them is kind of stretching it.
these are not my friends. These are people online that I know. And even saying I know them is kind of stretching it. I realized I was thinking of Vaush as a friend, when in reality we had only talked a couple of times. I was emotionally invested due to the way our communities seemed to be entangled.
Yeah, no, absolutely in the same boat as President Sunday here. And this is why I wanted to watch this video on stream, because I think he makes a really good point. Like, yeah, this is all parasocial shit, right? Vaush doesn't know I exist. He doesn't care about me. He doesn't know who I am. He's not watching this. I mean, you know, in a perfect world, well, I guess the situation wouldn't happen. But in an almost perfect world where the only bad thing is that this situation happens, Vaush would see this and then realize, oh, okay, shit, maybe I need to take accountability, right? But that's, like, again, like, that's so far-fetched. Because in reality, what you have is a content creator who is so far removed, in actuality, from the community in comparison to what they appear to be on the surface. You might think that you know Vaush, right? Because, oh, I watched a shit ton of his content. You know, I have a good understanding of his worldview. You know, I know his personality very well, you know, etc. I know what he stands for. You get the point, right? But that's not mutual. He doesn't know you. He doesn't give a fuck about you. You don't even exist in his eyes, right? Like he has no idea that you exist. And that's like a very interesting to think about, right? Again, it all boils down to parasociality, right? And how it can basically become poisonous. It is an inevitable, I guess, byproduct, if you will, of streaming and content creation and being a public figure. But when it goes unchecked, when nothing is done about it, it can get kind of nasty.
Not just politically, but emotionally too. People in my community genuinely care about Vaush, and this whole complex of entanglements rubbed off on me, and it impacted how I regarded Vaush as an individual. During the H3 stream, and even my own watching it, Vaush's community were there defending him.
Yeah, and I was one of the people defending him. Not in chat, I was doing a live stream, but still, the 8-hour stream, I think, is a pretty solid defense, all things considered. It's a defense that ultimately I don't entirely agree with because it's wrong, but it is probably a better defense than anyone else has really laid out, right?
For the same reason I was waiting. Vaush is a friend, someone who has done good, someone who is genuinely beloved by his community.
Yeah. No, absolutely. And again, the fact that it's like, yeah, the fact that I even care about Vaush, somebody I've never met, somebody that's never spoken to me, somebody that doesn't know or care I exist, and it's like, yeah, why do I care about him as a person? I shouldn't, right? Because like, but I do, and that shit sucks, man.
Someone whose stupid, thoughtless edgelord takes have forced that community to defend him again and again, to bear the weight of protecting his reputation. This has happened so many times and has been going on for so long, it's become reflexive.
And I think the fact that Ethan Klein was so shit at making arguments against Vaush only makes this exact issue worse, because if Ethan Klein is making bad arguments or making claims with insufficient evidence or based on faulty reasoning or whatever, misrepresenting stuff, you name it, rather than defending what Vaush did do, what all you have to do is poke holes in essentially an irrelevant position or line of argumentation, which is something that you can do as a Vaush defender. You can poke holes in Ethan's arguments and the way he represents stuff, especially if you're being charitable to Vaush. So, rather than focusing on what did Vaush do, it becomes more along the lines of what did Vaush not do that Ethan says he did, or what is there not enough evidence of? And that line of reasoning, in terms of defending Vaush, is a lot more justifiable than defending what's there, unless you flat out deny it. And it's a lot easier to deny it if the main focus is a bunch of irrelevant shit that doesn't matter.
People just jump in to defend him, like they're protecting a friend. And so now, when through sheer carelessness and utter stupidity, Vaush has posted real evidence that he hoards drawn pornographic images of underage girls on his computer, his community is right there jumping on grenades defending him because he's their guy. He's their friend. But he's not. Which is why he's happy to let them do this even though they can't win. The evidence is crystal clear. He posted it himself. The grenade he pulled the pin out of wasn't for us. It wasn't for his community. It wasn't for me. It was for Vaush. And right now he's watching everyone else jump on it for him. He would watch you and me do the same, because Vaush, I realize now, is the type of person to allow his fans, this huge community he's built, to destroy themselves in his defense. to get slapped with labels like pedophile and child pornography and lolly defenders, to be made into jokes in front of the entire world. Also, he can avoid doing what he should have done as soon as that folder appeared on the screen. Take responsibility for the disgusting images he put on his work computer and then broadcast on YouTube for everyone to see, and bear the consequences himself like an adult. Vaush isn't a friend. He's not your friend or my friend. He's someone we've watched, talked about, maybe talked to once or twice.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. I haven't even talked to Vaush. He doesn't know I exist. And the point he brings up about Vaush, people, Vaush defenders getting labeled as pedos and basically being pedo-jacketed, like, that is true. I've had people say that about me. I've seen people say it about Tipster, Keffals, etc. Simply because they're defending Vaush. Not because they are Vaush, but because they're defending Vaush. Even though the defense is that actually it's not lolicon and it's actually not as bad as people are saying, right? Rather than a defense of lolicon, but you get the point.
But I don't know him. And you probably don't either. This is a guy who makes money doing a performance. The leaked images in Vaush's folder have no excuse. His self-interested behavior since the leak has no excuse either, and his claims that people have only accused him of pedophilia and defending underage pornography as part of a reactionary conspiracy to take him down have been shown.
This is the other bullshit argument I can't stand. Like, it's not a reactionary conspiracy, but when people label it as that, it does, well, ultimately play into that. And if you're on the losing side and you make it about politics, then you make your political side lose. This is what I mean when I say that, yeah, like, Vaush needs to take accountability. If you rope politics into this, something that people obviously care about, and specifically in his audience, then you lump in the fucked up shit you did and shit that's indefensible with good politics. And that's something that I can't defend. Nor will I defend it. Not even as a steelman, ultra good faith, well, this is how it could be perceived kind of way.
Shown to be bullshit. And I honestly feel so sorry for all the people who are reflexively defending him now. The people who have made the good things attributed to Vaush possible, who actually have made them happen, and who are being dragged down into the dirt with him, also that he doesn't have to lie in the bed he made all by himself. The people who are setting themselves on fire to keep him warm as he lets this continue. I said that I was...
Yeah, I've actually heard this analogy, and I saw it in the comment section of my, I think it was my stream where I defended Vaush, where somebody used that exact analogy. I don't know if they heard it from President Sunday, but I specifically remember them saying that I shouldn't light myself on fire to keep Vaush warm. And at this point, I kind of agree. I shouldn't do that. Why should I bear the brunt of the backlash of something wrong that somebody else did? Obviously, there is no argument for, like, yeah, like, okay, yeah, sure, I defended him, right? But that's not the same thing as being him or doing the things that he did. But when it comes to the audience in general, that is aware, the people that are aware of this situation, they're not going to be thinking about that. They think, oh, that's a Vaush defender. Therefore, that person is a pedophile because they're defending a pedophile. That is their level of analysis. That's the problem. And again, if Vaush just took responsibility like a normal fucking adult, maybe this wouldn't be an issue.
Saddened to make this video. But I want to clarify that I'm not saddened for the loss of Vaush. In reality, Vaush is not important. He's barely even there. Vaush is a cartoon character played by a man named Ian Kaczynski into his webcam. Vaush doesn't do anything. The people in Vaush's community are the ones who do things. And I'm not just saddened, but angered by the fact that Vaush has again betrayed and sacrificed them all on the altar of his self-interest and pride. And it isn't just Vaush's community that he's thrown under the bus. Vaush has positioned himself as a large public representative of a range of really serious causes that people are invested in, from trans...
This is exactly what I was talking about with like the whole intertwining, the whole politics thing with the him fucking up thing. And being like, well, you see, it's actually a part of the conservative agenda to cancel me. Which is bullshit. It's not a conservative agenda to be against bestiality and lolicon. That's like everybody's agenda. But what he's inadvertently doing is he is saying that progressives and leftists and socialists, everybody in my audience is willing to defend this indefensible thing, whereas conservatives are willing to call me out for the indefensible thing I did. You see why there's a problem with that? I think that everyone does.
Rights to the Palestinians currently being massacred in Gaza. How the enemies of these would love to be able to point to a large community like Vaush's and point to them mockingly as pedophile enablers and child pornography defenders, like he has allowed them to be framed as. Vaush has delivered the right wing a propaganda goldmine. This is not just internet drama, this is serious business. And Vaush isn't stupid. I know that he knows better. And frankly, I'm furious that he has chosen to put his own self-interest first, at the expense of his community and the things he claims to stand for at every turn. Vaush's community does not deserve this. He benefits from their support, and he benefits from his position as a public figure with a large following representing progressive causes. Vaush has a...
That's the thing, is a lot of people in his community are, going to be making a lot better of defenses for Vaush than Vaush himself. Because again, there is an emotional attachment almost, right? Where what you have is people in his audience that genuinely believe he's innocent and will come up with anything to justify his innocence. Whereas Vaush knows, at least to some extent, that he's wrong or at least indefensible, not able to defend what he did. So, again, because Vaush fans will come up with anything if they have to, some of them will, right? You end up with this weird clusterfuck of different perspectives and arguments for why Vaush actually didn't have lolly on his PC and didn't have zoophilic shit. And you end up with people making these arguments in defense of Vaush. Again, you have a bunch of different justifications that are honestly more convincing and better at defending Vaush than Vaush is. I genuinely believe that a lot of the arguments I made in my initial defense stream were more convincing than Vaush's arguments. I even did an analysis of the video he did defending himself and explained how he could have done a better job. So, again, I just think that that's worth mentioning. That, yeah, a lot of the time it's not even going to be Vaush who's the best at defending Vaush. Vaush knows he's in the wrong, at least to some extent. Maybe he doesn't think of it that way. He doesn't think, I am in the wrong. However, I would like to continue making money and not have bad optics, so I will pretend to be in the right, right? Like, obviously, like, he has an ego. But he knows, at the very least, that he's indefensible. Yet he wants people to defend the indefensible on his behalf.
Basic responsibility to prioritize these. He owes them better than this. I will not be throwing myself on a grenade for Vaush. Vaush is just a guy. But the parasocial relationships that people like Vaush cultivate in their communities make it so that one person's stupid, selfish decisions can undermine whole movements. Which is insane. Everyone pays for what Vaush has done, except Vaush.
Well, I think that Vaush also pays for it, so I kind of disagree with that specific statement, because obviously Vaush also pays the price because it makes it harder for him to have a successful career, but yeah, I mean, other than that though, I think I've agreed with everything President Sunday has said. I think that's like the first time I've disagreed with him.
And I am making this video because even by just trying to be fair and to give him a chance to explain himself, I have been accused of parasocially defending Vaush myself. But the thing about parasocial relationships is that it's extremely hard to tell you're in one from the inside.
This is also true.
And the embarrassing truth that I've come to realize is that even though I haven't defended Vaush, my reluctance to condemn him for what everyone can see he has obviously done is absolutely due to that same parasociality.
Yeah, again, the same parasociality that impacted me in terms of how I analyzed the situation. Again, that combined with the fact that when I actually saw the fucking folder, it's like, how do you even process the information that you just saw? You don't. I mean, some people might, but I didn't. So, again, President Sinthe suggested that Vaush should straight up lie. Did he? When did he do that? I don't think he did that. I could be wrong. If he has, then that was bad. He shouldn't give that as advice. But some streams ago? How many streams ago? Either way, regardless of whether or not President Sinthe has gotten things wrong on other streams, I agree with almost everything. Yeah, basically the entire message of this, right? At least for the most part. Like one or two caveats, maybe, that I briefly mentioned. But yeah, I mean, I also left a comment on this 16 hours ago. So I obviously watched this the first time, not while streaming, right? But I wanted to show it on stream because I think it's important. I left a comment saying, I honestly agree with you 100%. I started out by defending him in an 8-hour live stream, but at this point, I can't defend him anymore. The more I've thought about it, the more I've changed my mind. And I agree with this sentiment. The more you think about it, the more you're going to change your mind if you're defending Vaush. President Sinthe is absolutely 100 million% correct in his analysis. Now, the reason I show this is because I'm obviously going to be talking about Tipster. You saw the title and thumbnail. And it's no secret that Tipster has been one of the biggest Vaush defenders. And the reason I show that is for two reasons. One, for those of you who are against Vaush, I want you to be able to empathize with the people that are defending him. For the people that are defending him, I want you to understand why you're defending him, why ultimately Vaush is in the wrong, regardless of however you may feel, and also, again, how this might impact the analysis of whoever it may be, whether it be me, Tipster, or a random member of Vaush's audience. Either way, it's going to have an impact on that. So that's why I wanted to preface this segment, I guess, with that specific video. With that being said, I think we can get started with the Tipster thing. And I swear to God, if he does too many sound effects, that was grammatically incorrect, sorry, I'm going to be mad. Anyways, so the stream we're going to be watching from Tipster was from a couple days ago. It's called H3H3 versus Vaush, Bad Faith, Dishonesty, and Hypocrisy. It doesn't have a very good like to dislike ratio, but that's not what I'm going to determine the correctness of his opinion off of, believe it or not. So, let's see what he has to say. Maybe he creates an amazing defense that changes my mind again, and then I switch back to being a Vaush defender, but I highly doubt it.
Chat, there's no better way to just get into this topic, okay? We just got to get right into it because it's a doozy for sure. So let's go ahead and let's get into the topic. Let me go ahead and switch to my screen share so we can...
I'm so excited.
Just jump right into it. So as you guys know, there is a content creator who is a leftist content creator known as Vaush. This is somebody...
You may or may not have heard of him.
That I've been subscribed to for a while now. I've enjoyed their content quite a
Same.
bit. I've kind of followed, their content on the internet for quite some time. I think I originally heard of them when they went by Irish Laddie and they were a part of Destiny's community. Now, obviously, in recent years, Vaush's community, Destiny's community. They don't get along all that well, but I did first hear about Vaush through Destiny's community. And, once they started a channel of their own, I didn't initially watch their stuff, but eventually, down the line, I started watching their stuff. And I actually really enjoy it. I like the content they put out. I am a regular viewer of their stuff for sure.
Keep in mind, right off the bat, regular viewer of Vaush. This is important because what I've already established and laid out in the previous segment where we went over President Sunday's video, this is how parasocial relationships are built. Now, I don't think that Tipster is nearly as parasocial as some other people might be. There might be people that are a lot more parasocial, but I don't think that being a content creator makes you above the concept of parasociality. I think that Tipster is just as prone to it as me. I'm just as prone to it as all of you guys watching right now. And you're just as prone to it as everybody else. So, again, that's an important component to this.
Sure. Now, I will say this, and I think this is the best way to preface this topic, because there's so many people misrepresenting not just Vaush's, situation here, but they're also misrepresenting anyone who's defending Vaush.
So right off the bat, what he's saying here is correct. Even though Vaush is innocent. Or sorry, not innocent. Jesus Christ. I'm so smart, guys. No, Vaush is guilty, right? He had drawn bestiality and drawn CP, let's be real, on his PC. But the argument changes from that to whether or not people are being pedo-jacketed, which they are, and whether or not the people being pedo-jacketed are being labeled as pedophiles justifiably, which they're not. Tipster is not a PDF file for defending Vaush. And it's also the case that Ethan Klein was bad faith. That is true. That doesn't mean that Vaush is innocent. It just means that Ethan Klein is bad faith. Again, this is important.
I can't tell you how many times today I've been told something along the lines of, I'm a pedophile, or I'm a lolicon, or I'm a zoophile, or I am defending all of those things, which none of those things are the case whatsoever. They're even...
Exactly. This is just a blatant misinterpretation of what the actual defense is. The defense is that what was in the folder is not those things. That's the defense, right? So you shouldn't go on to say, well, you're actually defending those things. To somebody that doesn't believe that they're defending those things. They believe that it's actually the case that those things weren't in the folder, and that's why they're defending Vaush. Because those arguments of him being a zoophile and a PDF file don't apply to him, right? That would be the argument.
Saying that I'm in favor of the legalization of child pornography and adults having sex with children. And again, none of these things are fucking true. And a lot of these comments are based on things that people are claiming Vaush has done. But again, none of these things are true.
And again, this makes it very difficult to take the criticisms against Vaush seriously. Again, if the main pushback you're getting, rather than pointing to how Vaush is in the wrong, if the main pushback you're getting is you're a pedophile for defending Vaush, is that going to magically change your position? Oh shit, I guess they're right. I guess I am a pedophile for defending Vaush. Better stop defending Vaush. No, of course not. That's not how people operate. You have to give an actual argument for why Vaush is guilty of what you're saying he's guilty of.
And you guys will see that as I go over the situation as we continue on. But in any case, one thing I will say is that Vaush has definitely used some interesting analogies over the years. They are analogies that I would not have used if I were trying to make the arguments that Vaush was making. And these are even arguments that Vaush himself has said that, in hindsight, probably not the best analogies to use in order to...
See what the problem is? These are all arguments that are tangential to the actual issue with what Vaush did. Because, again, Tipster is going to be correct once again when it comes to talking about the arguments that Vaush has made in the past and how, yeah, okay, it's clear that these are being misrepresented, at least to some extent, right? So again, because of how wrong the main critics are in their analysis, the default assumption is that you are correct in defending Vaush, right? But that doesn't exactly logically follow, right?
To get across the points that he was trying to make. And so Vaush is pretty upfront with that too. Yeah, I said some dumb shit in the past. It's not, the way the clips are put out, it's not representative of anything that he believes, but a lot of people will clip chimp statements he's made in the past to try and make it seem like he was making arguments in favor of things that he wasn't actually making, right? But it's all based on bad analogies that he's made in the
Sorry that his audio is a little bit on the loud side.
past for sure.
I just turned it down.
Case though, I want to go ahead and I want to get into how this drama started, because the way this drama started is easily one of the stupidest things ever, because it should be the kind of thing that, it happens to streamers sometimes. You just kind of laugh about it for a few days,
Yes, that relatable moment when you accidentally show your folder full of drawn CP and drawn bestiality. God, I hate when that happens. Again, that's going to be the argument that somebody makes against Tipster. So, right off the bat, I feel like I'm arguing in like 7 different layers here. it's kind of weird how that works. But no, the opposition to Tipster, not me. I'm a different kind of opposition where it's like, okay, I think Vaush is in the wrong, but the opposition to Vaush from Ethan Klein is wrong, which led me to initially believe Vaush. You get the point. The fact of the matter is, people are gonna take this and they're gonna be like, oh yeah, like the comment I made, right? They're gonna say the comment that I made about, yeah, like like what that relatable moment when you have CP on your computer and you accidentally show it on stream, right? Like, people are gonna interpret it that way.
The streamer themselves, they kind of shrug it off, haha, funny, have your laughs, whatever, and then you just move on.
Well, I don't think that there's anything funny about somebody having, or well, at least not from Vaush's perspective. It shouldn't be funny to have literal drawn bestiality and drawn CP on your computer. That's not like a funny joke. That's just like that's kind of fucked up type of thing.
It's the sort of thing you just move on from it after a while. And somehow, some way, people have managed to take a situation that should have just been a funny moment in streaming history and then just moved on. And they've managed to turn that into Vaush is a pedophile, and Vaush is trying to speak in favor of the legalization of child pornography.
The reason that I'm uncomfortable with calling Vaush a pedophile, by the way, isn't even because it's not even a matter of whether or not I think he is or isn't one. It's because obviously that's like a very loaded term. Like, again, I do think that Vaush definitely had lolicon on his computer, and he had to be at least somewhat aware, right? Like, it's like, even if he wasn't thinking about it, right? Like, there is something about it that he's attracted to, right? Ultimately, that does... That's the thing, is... I guess I wouldn't say he's a non-offender either, because he did have drawn CP. But that's the thing, is like, I don't want people to misinterpret it as Vaush is evil for this, and I mean, he's very bad for this, right? It's not good. I don't want it to be interpreted as like he's evil and should go into the wood chipper, right? Unless you're saying that as a joke, in which case, okay, fine. We love making jokes around here. Again, like, I think that the problem is that the water gets very muddy when you throw around 5 trillion different labels that all have been stigmatized to death, right? Because then it's more about the labels than what actually happened, right? What actually happened is Vaush had fucked up shit on his PC, which is wrong. He accidentally showed it on stream, which was stupid. But that evolves over time. It's like a snowball. And eventually that snowball collects so much snow that even the people that are just merely defending Vaush are pedophiles. And that's sort of one of the main issues I have. Is it snowballs and it snowballs and then it snowballs even more. But that doesn't mean that the original snowball, just like the snowball that Vaush created at its starting point, wasn't a snowball. It still was. It's more along the lines of determining how large is that snowball at this point. Again, it is true that with anime the lines are blurred, but I do think that, yeah, you can tell by looking at it especially once you think about, well, what characteristics make this look like a child? And then here's a list of all of the characteristics that make it look like a child, right? At that point, it's like, okay, I think it's safe to assume just by looking at it that, yeah, that's a fucking child, right? Again, water gets very muddy when people like Ethan Klein fuck shit. Yeah, when they fuck shit up like this, when they fuck up their analysis. Again, this is why my criticism of Vaush is way more, well, grounded in reality, but also more likely to convince people that would otherwise defend Vaush than anybody else's.
And like Vaush is in favor of kids having sex with adults, and it's just like, it's nuts, okay? So let's get to the start of how this drama started. I'm going to show you guys a clip of a moment that happened on a Vaush stream, and I gotta be honest, every time I see this clip, this moment is hilarious to me, especially the way it ends. It ends so abruptly, and it's just really funny. Okay, it's just really fucking funny. So I'm gonna play the clip for you guys to give you guys some context here. Vaush was streaming.
Oops.
Vaush has been going through the infamous fashion arc right now. Thank you.
He donated $19.99.
Thank you.
Hey, Big
The
Tip,
fact
how
that-
are you doing? Love your content.
The fact that before he even mentions the clip, it's like, yeah, he knows about the fashion arc, okay? There's clearly some level of parasociality, right?
Bro, let's meet up and drink and discuss Vaush.
Thank you very much for the very generous $20 super chat. Thank you, thank you. And I'm glad you enjoyed the content. I really am. Thank you so much. But Vaush was, he's on his fashion arc, and he was on stream showing some stuff that I guess he was planning to buy or something to add to his fashion wardrobe. And in this moment, he accidentally leaked his porn collection. Oh shit! Oh shit! Not as in.
Can you, like, maybe not play the dumbass sound effects on your soundboard when talking about something like this? Please? Pretty please?
Entire porn collection, but a folder where he had some, saucy images in there.
Don't hit on the soundboard. No, I will hit on the soundboard, and that is a hill I will die on. That's like the one thing that I don't know why Tipster does this. He spams the shit out of his soundboard. People that like Tipster tell him that he uses the soundboard too much, and he keeps using it too much.
Okay, so I'm going to show you guys the clip. It's really funny. Obviously, I've censored the clip because I can't be showing you guys pornography on my stream. But here's a censored version of the clip. It happens fast, so be careful. You might miss it.
You can see this is an example of the kind of structure that I'm referring to.
Oh my god. The way he screams at the end. What? Let's watch it again.
This is an example of the kind of structure that I'm
Yeah, this is, again, this is stupid.
referring to.
Thank you for the membership. Fucking simp.
Thank you.
Lady Zubat joined the Kuma Nation. 26 month. Today is my birthday and you're streaming. Today
See,
is...
this is what, okay, so this goes over the leak. Bad phone take, H3 versus Vaush. What's the bad phone take? Let's see what this is.
Which, interestingly enough, just in December, Vaush had some interesting takes on watching porn on your phone, and I think that he could have easily avoided this controversy if he had just watched.
Again, more evidence to Tipster being parasocial. The fact that he would specifically remember this take, right? It means that he's watching enough Vaush content to be parasocial. Again, I'm not saying this to discredit Tipster or to say that that morally impugns him, right? This isn't to like make fun of him or morally impugn him. I'm pointing it out because I was also parasocial. I mean, I still am going to be to an extent, right? Parasociality is inevitable. Nothing you can do about it. I guess you just have to make the best of it. That being said, he clearly watches enough Vaush content to be parasocial. So I'm guessing that it's going to have a similar impact on Tipster as it had on me. So let's get into the part where it's H3H3 versus Vaush.
Like I said, it's just a funny moment. It's just a really funny fucking moment where you could easily have like something like this happen to a streamer. You laugh at it and then you move on. But of course,
But I don't think you should move on if the contents of the folder include drawn bestiality and drawn CP. I saw what was in the folder. Those were some of the contents. So, again, that's not just something you gloss over. But okay.
Of course, this is the internet, and there are a lot of people who dislike Vaush, and so because of that, people are trying to.
Well, okay. Yes, there are people that dislike Vaush that are using this as ammo against him, but again, that doesn't. Oh my god, that doesn't negate the wrongness of having drawn bestiality. Okay, I think that me and Tipster could at least agree that there was drawn bestiality on his computer, right? Like, maybe the lolly stuff is still up for debate, but drawn bestiality, that is clearly on his computer. So, once again, while it is true that most of the people giving Vaush criticism are wrong, I guess I'm the exception, because, again, I started out as a Vaush defender. The more I learned, the more I changed my position over time.
To use this as a way to kind of spin, Vaush into being a pedophile or a lolicon and all this crazy shit. Because apparently my understanding of this is, I haven't looked up the images, because if there is legitimately lolicon in that folder, I don't want to see that shit, okay?
Okay, and here's the issue, is you're not looking at the folder. If you genuinely believe that Vaush is innocent, look at the folder to confirm it, I guess. I understand not wanting to look at the folder, okay? I will tell you from firsthand experience, it is not pleasant. I did not enjoy looking at the folder, contrary to popular belief. But I think it was important in being able to determine whether or not Vaush is innocent or guilty. Again, I agree with the overall standard being innocent until proven guilty. But if everybody is saying that actually there is lolicon and bestiality porn in this, or drawn bestiality, then maybe before you say that there isn't, you'd want to make sure. Again, not a fun experience, but Tipster, if you're watching this, there's a chance you do, there's a chance you don't. I want to make something very clear. I understand you might not want to look at what's inside the folder. I get that. So instead, what I will do is I will show you a censored version of one of the images, and you can tell me if you think this is or isn't a drawing of bestiality. Does this not look like bestiality to you? Like, does this not look like a horse? I guess the bestiality part is censored, but this is clearly a horse. This isn't an anthropomorphic creature, okay? If it was an anthropomorphic creature, it would have hands, opposable thumbs, etc. It's literally just a horse. Now, if you believe that lolicon is bad, and rightfully so, then you should also believe that drawn depictions of bestiality are bad for the same line of reasoning. If it's the case that it's not a drawing is not a sufficient argument against lolicon, why would that be a sufficient argument against drawn bestiality? What is the symmetry breaker? The only one that you could possibly make, which isn't a symmetry breaker, by the way, but I'll entertain it temporarily, would be that lolicon is worse than drawn bestiality, which I agree with, because children have a greater capacity to experience pain and trauma. Now, in of itself, that statement is correct in a vacuum. However, all that describes is the magnitude or the extent to which something is bad. It doesn't create a logical symmetry breaker. All it does is argue why one thing is worse than the other, but they're still both bad. You would agree that because bestiality is bad, and because it's just a drawing excuse, doesn't hold up in court, or well, maybe it does in some states. I guess technically it's not illegal, but you get the point. Maybe not in court. That was a bad example, but you get the point. Because it's just a drawing argument, doesn't hold up, period. You should apply the same line of logic to the bestiality. Again, I understand why you would want to defend Vaush. I did an entire 8-hour stream defending him, because I too thought he was basically innocent, or only slightly in the wrong for not being more careful. But again, I've changed my mind for a reason. So, again, Tipster, if you're watching this, I want you to take that into consideration. Because I know there's no chance of Vaush watches this. I know there's a chance. I do know there is a chance that Tipster sees this. But yeah, like, again, I'm not coming from like a place of bad faith, right? I just want Vaush to fucking take accountability for what he did. That's it. Like, if nothing else, right? But he's not willing to do that. And that's the issue I have.
Okay. But my understanding is of all the pornographic images that were in the folder, apparently 1 or 2 of them were found to potentially be lolly, or there was...
I saw them and they were... They were, right? Now, at first when I saw them, I wasn't sure if they were lolly, on the basis of, well, I can't articulate why it would be, so I'm going to give Vaush the benefit of the doubt and assume that they're not. But again, upon further inspection, as well as people, Sinthe specifically, pointing out specific characteristics that make it obvious that it's lolicon, I changed my position. Obviously, I'm not going to be doing that on stream, because I don't, let's be real, one, I don't want anyone in my audience to have to experience that, seeing what I saw, and 2, that would get the video taken down. But yeah,
allegedly an artist who drew these pieces that were lolicon artists, okay? And my understanding is Vaush has responded to this, because I watched his stream. He did respond to all this, and he said something along the lines of like, yeah, you know, I downloaded it. I'm paraphrasing, obviously, but I downloaded it. It didn't really seem like lolly to me at the time, but I've since come to find out that the artist who drew it is a lolicon.
Okay, but even without the artist, even without the knowledge that the artist is a lolicon, right? Like, if you look at the image, it's like, oh, well, they have like the titties look underdeveloped. The head is so massive compared to the body. Like it looks like a child. So I don't know how you can accidentally interpret again. Like, if also, thank you, Anon, for the $10. You beautiful bastard. I don't know who Anon is, but thank you very much. I guess that's the whole point of them being anonymous. But yes, thank you for supporting the stream. But yeah. Wait, didn't you say you also thought it wasn't at first too? I thought that there wasn't enough evidence to conclude that Vaush would have thought it was at first, right? Because when I saw it, I'm like, oh, to me, that does look like a child. But I tried interpreting it as, well, that's just like how I view it. And also, you know, I could understand why someone would view it differently, right? The reason I interpreted it that way, so I thought that the reason that I intuitively saw it that way was wrong because, or fallacious, or not reliable, simply because I went into it with the knowledge that actually, yes, this is lolicon, right? So I had that knowledge. So I thought, oh, but maybe if I didn't have that knowledge, maybe I wouldn't interpret it this way, right? And, you know, maybe Vaush, so that turned into me not being able to tell, and if I can't tell, then why would I expect Vaush to be able to tell? But that's the thing. My intuition told me. I just ignored it because I thought that wasn't a strong enough argument. I thought, well, because I can't articulate why it would be this, and think, oh, well, it's possible that it's actually not this and could be interpreted as something else, I guess I'm going to give Vaush the benefit of the doubt and assume that it's not. Plus, chibi is an art form too. Yeah, and I sort of assumed that that's what it was. Even though looking at it made me extremely uncomfortable. I thought, well, this is just the art style. Or it could be interpreted that way. But, again, that's... Side note, love the cat ears, why thank you. I misunderstood that. You, at first glance, thought it was clear and then went, yikes. No. Which is, yeah, no, believe me, that would have made this a whole lot easier. But again, if you're in denial about something, which I basically was, right? I was, like, again, I just completely glossed over the fact that, oh, there's literally drawn bestiality in this folder. So clearly, there was something wrong with the way I was analyzing it, right? There was clearly... And that's the thing, is when you see something extremely fucked up, you might not process the information. Again, I don't like to think about it, but... Is zoophilia... Oh my... Stop. I don't appreciate you defending zoophilia. That is not very nice to the animals. Zoophilia is bad. Sorry, I just had to say that. No, I know you're kidding. I just had to... Yeah, I don't know. LMAO, what the fuck? What? I don't see what you're talking about. Femboy Leo, what do you mean? What the fuck? Is there something interesting going on? I wasn't ready for that. Ready for what? What weren't you ready for? Again, the images are really sussy. Well, that's what I boiled it down to is, well, they're sussy. The reason I intuitively felt this way is because they're sussy. And because I couldn't articulate it, they're just that. They're just sussy. Because I couldn't pinpoint it, right? And if I can't pinpoint why it's sussy, then it's going to be the case that, oh, well, okay, well, it's just sussy then. It's just suspect. And suspect is not enough to say that it is definitively something, right? Again, it can get very convoluted very quickly. Once again.
And so I disavow that piece of art. Like, obviously, like, if I knew it was lolly, I wouldn't have downloaded it. And here's the thing, right? This is where I talk about like how people's brains go to mush when the topic of lolicon comes up, because
as somebody whose brain went to mush, I can confirm. But again, a part of that is going to be because the images are fucking disturbing as hell. So, yeah, obviously.
So we're going to react to it.
Also, what is this loading thing where it feels like it buffers every time I pause and play. Maybe if I refresh, it'll fix itself, maybe. I'm hoping that that's the case. No. Wrong timestamp. How far was I? 1 sec. Fuck. God damn it. So,
like I said, it's just a funny moment. It's just a really funny fucking moment where you could easily have like something like this happen to a streamer. You laugh at it and then you move on. But of course, this is the internet, and there are a lot of people who dislike Vaush. And so because of that, people are trying to use this as a way to kind of spin, you know, Vaush into being a pedophile or a lolicon and all this crazy shit. Because apparently my understanding of this is, I haven't looked up the images because if there is legitimately lolicon in that folder, I don't want to see that shit, okay? But
which is understandable, right? Like, I can understand where Tipster is coming from.
my understanding is of all the pornographic images that were in the folder, apparently 1 or 2 of them were found to potentially be lolly, or there was allegedly an artist who drew these pieces that were lolicon artists, okay?
Again, I believe that Tipster is a good faith actor here. I don't believe he's being disingenuous at all, right? I believe that because he doesn't have knowledge, he rightfully concludes that he does not have enough evidence to condemn Vaush. That is his conclusion. And I understand why that would be his conclusion, given the knowledge that he does have. And I can understand why he wouldn't look at what's inside the folder. It makes sense. I don't think he's acting in bad faith, and I want to make that clear.
And my understanding is Vaush has responded to this, because I watched his stream. He did respond to all this, and he said something along the lines of like, yeah, you know, I downloaded it. I'm paraphrasing, obviously, but I downloaded it. It didn't really seem like lolly to me at the time, but I've since come to find out that the artist who drew it is a lolicon. And so I disavow that piece of art. Like, obviously, like, if I knew it was lolly, I wouldn't have downloaded it. And here's the thing.
Okay, what about the bestiality art that was clearly bestiality? Well, we're just going to gloss over that? Again, I know that I guess maybe to an extent that's whataboutism, because if you're arguing against bad arguments against Vaush, then sure, whatever. But I don't know. I just feel like everybody is glossing over the drawn bestiality.
Right? This is where I talk about like how people's brains go to mush when the topic of lolicon comes up, because whenever you talk about this shit, nobody can have any rational conversations about it or look at the nuances of it or anything like that. It's just like, oh, it was, you looked at that stuff or you've engaged with that stuff before, you must be a pedophile. And it's like,
yeah, so again, I do think it is important to engage in nuance, right? And I guess the main criticism I've had for everybody criticizing Vaush, which is why I did an entire defense stream, even though it turns out Vaush isn't innocent, right? Is because their arguments lacked nuance. It's like I've had to build an entire perspective and change that perspective from the ground up with nuance. And yeah, I don't know.
like, do you know how much harm it causes to just go around labeling random people pedophiles over the most like mundane fucking
Teddy
shit?
donated $19.99.
Thank
Okay, to be fair, I don't think that having lolicon on your computer and drawn bestiality on your computer is mundane. That's like that might be a bit of an calling it mundane is yeah, that's not the best description of that.
Thank you, I
I'm
appreciate
so
that.
happy you read my donation. I was always a huge fan.
Thank
Go
you.
back to my drink offer. My schedule is open. I can provide the ride. All you need to do is give me the bar. You wanna meet up? Okay, bros. Let's keep in touch.
I don't think it's a good idea to be meeting up with fans in that way, but I do appreciate the offer. Thank you for the super chat. I do appreciate it. But in any case, nobody wants to like look at these situations and have like a rational conversation about it. They instantly just want to label people pedophiles and shit like that, which is
This is true, by the way. A lot of people are doing that blatantly. People have been labeling Tipster as a pedophile. He's not. You could say his position is wrong, and at least in a vacuum, I would agree with that. But that doesn't make him a pedophile. It's just that he hasn't fully processed all of the information. He doesn't have enough information to, at least not in his mind, to conclude that Vaush is guilty. And if you make wrong arguments that are provably false, then you're going to cement the idea that, okay, well, the arguments against him are wrong, and I have no reason to believe that he's guilty based on the knowledge I have, so he's innocent. And that right there is a completely valid mode of analysis. That's what led me to defend him in the first place, before I ultimately changed my mind upon understanding and interpreting and learning new information. Again, that's important.
is absolutely insane. Okay. This is why, like, I don't have any interest in when you're talking about, like, you know, animated porn or like drawings of like characters done up in porn and stuff like that. I personally don't get off to that shit. And I would encourage people to avoid that stuff, because especially when you're talking about like anime stuff, you could look at like an art piece of something and it looks totally fine to you on the surface. Like, it looks like it's nothing suspect about the image at all.
Well, the issue is that for a couple of the images on Vaush's computer, they were, well, calling them suspect would be a little bit of an understatement.
I think you look into the lore of the character and suddenly you find out it's like a fucking 16-year-old girl or something.
So this would be, again, this would be an argument for like the VTuber one or whatever, the depiction of the VTuber model that was saved. Which I actually agree that, like, okay, yeah, I don't expect Vaush to do 5 trillion hours of research every time he saves an image from Twitter. Because, oh no, because of the off chance that it turns out that this drawing is actually a depiction of this obscure VTuber nobody's ever fucking heard of that's canonically 16. Right? That would be insane. Again, that's why that specific example doesn't hold up. Also, thank you, Dancing Pig, for the $1. New to stream, looking forward to listening, enjoying the content. Think I'm going to unsub for Vaush. Hope you do not end up being a psychotic, duck-worshipping lunatic with folders full of ducks eating bread. Yeah, I hope so. Wait. Chat, how does he know about the ducks? How do they know? The ducks were meant to be a secret. What the fuck? What's going on here? I didn't show that on stream, did I? Sorry. Anyways, where were we?
And it's like, what the fuck? Okay, like, come on, what the fuck? Okay. And I could see like a situation happening like that to someone where they would download an image like that and not even realize that it's of an underage character. And then they find out it's an underage character. Well, shit, like I didn't fucking know that. And they
Okay, but the argument isn't whether or not, well, I guess the argument from some people is, never mind. But in terms of like an actually good argument, it wouldn't be that, oh, well, canonically, it turns out that this character is this age, right? It would be, oh, you can visually look at that an image and tell from the image itself that it's meant to be underage, and that you would be able to tell if you're a reasonable person that it's underage, right?
They just delete it and move on with their lives. That's probably what should happen. But on the internet, it doesn't happen that way. If you've had any engagement whatsoever with that type of
IDK, if you can tell from anime, unfortunately, well, that is the thing, right? Is that the lines are definitely blurry, right? And this is an argument that I've proposed, is that the lines absolutely are very fucking blurry. But again, there's going to be an accumulation of different characteristics that make it more and more obvious, right? If the boobs look underdeveloped, if the head size is way larger than the rest of the body itself looks underdeveloped, etc., it starts to add up. And it starts to get to a point where it's like, okay, but what reasonable person would see this and think, yup, that's a really good-looking adult depicted in this anime? Because while it's the case that, you know, you might not always be able to tell when it comes to the gray area, and sure, you could argue that maybe there is some gray area, and maybe, you know, if you haven't seen the images, you might conclude that that's probably where they would be, is in the gray area. But I think that it goes beyond just the gray area. Not far beyond the gray area, but beyond the gray area, at least to some extent. Again, if you look at the image, and I did, and alarm bells immediately go off in your head, your intuition is telling you there's something wrong. I guess it ultimately begs the question, why, first of all, why do you have those alarm bells, and why didn't Vaush?
of material, people instantly, well, you're just a fucking pedophile. And it's like, when you talk to like people like normies about this stuff, they're just like, well, of course that person's not a pedophile. It was like a harmless mistake, whatever the fuck, right? It's kind of like, I think the best analogy I can use is, say you're someone in your like early to mid 20s and you're at a shopping mall and you meet, you know, a girl that you find attractive, and you walk up to them and you ask them on a date, right? And when you ask them on the date, they're like, oh, I'm sorry, I'm 17 years old. And the person,
So this is similar to the argument that I initially made in the initial defense stream. Obviously, I worded it better because I am the greatest debate sis of all time, but, you know, jokes aside, the argument being Vaush didn't know. Vaush didn't know. Again, it's the plausible deniability. But once you actually focus on, firstly, the horse image, there is no plausible deniability when you actually think about that. Secondly, when it comes to actually what you would interpret from looking at the images themselves, I think it becomes more clear that maybe Vaush isn't as innocent as you thought. I wish he was innocent. I genuinely thought when I started, and even after I ended, well after I ended that first 8-hour stream, that people are misrepresenting Vaush. He didn't know. He's just kind of an idiot sometimes. And, you know, this will all blow over because he's in the right. And I wish that was true. And some people believe it's true. And there are going to be people that always believe it's true. But whatever.
person goes, oh shit, you know, my bad, I apologize. And they just move on with their day. Would any normal, rational person call that person a pedophile? Of course not. Nobody.
No, but that's not the situation that happened with Vaush. If there are depictions that clearly depict children in a sexual manner, then that's not the same situation.
You would call that person a pedophile because they're not a pedophile. Okay,
Would it be because they're attracted to somebody that visually they perceive to be an adult? Could that be the case? Now, what if you take the inverse of that, where you might not know the age canonically, but you would visually perceive them to be, well, the inverse, not an adult. This line of logic would still apply.
They asked someone out on a date that they didn't realize what their age were, and then when they found out about their age, they're like, oh.
As a normie, I'd say everything Tipster says makes it seem more and more like a perv himself. Also, I saw the photos, and it's not just the horse one. Oh no, I agree. The horse one is just so obvious in black and white that it's literally like there's no argument you can make that it's not a horse. Determining whether or not something is or isn't a child in a drawing is going to be a little bit more difficult. But yeah, it definitely isn't just the horse. Thankfully, I don't have a horse in this race, Lamau. I mostly watch femboy/trans stuff on Twitter or Pornhub. And you know what? That's what you should do. Like, I'm sorry, but if your taste in porn is anything other than sissy/femboy porn, you're doing something wrong. I'm sorry. Or trans porn. You know? That's like those are the 3 categories of acceptable porn. Anything else is just objectively bad. No, but all jokes aside, like that's the thing. It's so weird because the thing about Vaush is, like, as somebody that was like a fan of him, it's like weird because it's like, oh, if I ever watch a Vaush video like I normally would, I'm not gonna view it the same way, right? I'm not gonna view it the same way. It's like, who do I replace Vaush with? Who do I replace the big, massive, horsecock-sized hole in my heart with? And at this point, I have no idea. I guess I'll just replace it with myself or something. You know what? Yeah, fuck it. I'm the next Vaush, except I'm not saving really fucked up shit to my computer. And also, I make slightly more nuanced arguments. And also, I'm trans. And also, a list of other characteristics that make me different from or better than Vaush. Yeah, anyways.
Oh, okay, my bad.
Shark is probably the best. Yeah, Shark is good. You know what? Fuck it. I think I'm just gonna start watching Shark 300 more because he's underrated. And he doesn't save lolicon or drawn bestiality to his PC.
Bad, I didn't know I'm sorry. But like, the internet doesn't think that way. The internet is constantly on a witch hunt to identify, one reason or another to hate someone or one reason or another to attack someone. And so when they see situations like this, it's not just, oh, you know what, this person, they could have downloaded that image by accident, it's no big deal. No, you're...
yeah, Your Honor, I downloaded the CP by accident, Your Honor. I'm innocent. It was an accident.
A pedophile.
Obviously, I'm not saying that Vaush had actual CP, but still, the point still stands. He had drawn CP on his computer, right? Like, there's no... It's not, oh, no, yeah, no, he accidentally downloaded it. That's such a bullshit explanation.
Instantly, you're a pedophile because you downloaded this fucking image. Anyway, I kind of went on a tangent there, but like, this is what I'm...
I understand that the point Tipster is trying to make here is the fact that Vaush didn't know he downloaded it. But again, that's how it's going to be interpreted, right? That's how your argument here is going to be interpreted. Mr. Tip man, all right? You don't want that, because that people will use that to label you as a PDF file when you and I both know that you're not one. Well, I guess I can't know for certain, right? Non-zero chance, right? I assume you're not one. I would hope not. Just the tip, yeah.
I'm talking about where nobody can have a rational discussion about this shit. It's always grab the torch and pitchforks and let's cancel someone and let's put labels on them that don't fucking apply.
This is true, which makes this situation very unique and convoluted. Because yes, that is kind of what happened, right? But this time, even though the methodology for coming to conclusions about Vaush from most of his detractors was wrong, Vaush was also wrong. And worthy of a shit ton of criticism that he absolutely should have gotten. Just not the bullshit layered on top of it and woven throughout it, etc. Again, this is why I thought he was innocent until proven guilty. And then he was proven guilty. So my standard was he's innocent until proven guilty. So he's innocent. Then he was proven guilty. There we go. So I guess I did the right thing, I hope.
You know, it's very fucking insane to me. And it's really fucking annoying. Anyway, so, like I said, a lot of people, they started digging into these images. They,
Right, I understand you good. Just from my opinion, it's pics of obvious teens. I'm 30 and trans. As a fellow 30-year-old, as Vaush is, come on. Yeah, no, I agree. Been watching him since mid-2019. He's done a lot of good work with the fundraisers and generally advocating for progressive causes, but this is indefensible, waiting for his video, but not optimistic. Yeah, you're literally in the same boat as me. Fuck, maybe, you know what, maybe because these streams do so fucking well algorithmically for some reason, maybe I just need to fucking, you know, I mean, hell, I mean, we watched the President Sunday earlier in the stream, where it's like, yeah, I mean, people defending Vaush are basically lighting themselves on fire to keep Vaush warm. I agree with that. I was one of the people. But you know what? Maybe I should just capitalize off of this instead and become the replacement for Vaush. The non-lolicon... The non-lolicon downloading, non-bestiality depiction download... I'm being careful with my words here. Downloading... yeah, you get the point. The non-zoophile, non-lolicon downloader version of Vaush. There we go.
allegedly found that some of these images, like one or two of these images, might be lolly, and so they went on the Vaush is a pedophile thing. Now,
I think most of this is not sincere criticism. Most just want the dude to fall. Yeah, exactly. And the fact that a lot of it is insincere criticism or just completely baseless or based on what other people said, that's why I defended Vaush, because it's like, well, this criticism doesn't add up. Eventually, I found enough evidence and you had enough reason, like, you know, additional reasoning, interpretation of evidence, etc., to conclude that he's guilty. But and I noticed there was one person in the YouTube comments that clearly didn't watch any of my streams, who was making fun of me because it took me 10 hours to figure out that Vaush is guilty. Which I find very interesting. Because that's not a bad thing. That's how it should be. If you come to that conclusion in 5 seconds, I feel like that says more about you and your analysis. If you're going to levy something as serious as a pedophilia accusation, you should be spending 10 hours coming up with different explanations for why the person would be innocent and actually looking at the evidence and interpreting it in every possible way that it can be interpreted. That's what you should do. You shouldn't just go with whatever the popular opinion is. That's not a reliable mode of analysis, because the popular opinion could be wrong. It just so happens to be correct this time, but for all of the wrong reasons.
H3 fired up a stream talking about this, and initially I thought, oh, he's just gonna poke fun at him for the whole, you know, the whole porn folder thing. Which again, it's funny. I think it's a funny thing, and I think it would be funny for a lot of people to poke fun at it.
He is guilty and also doesn't deserve the huge amount of insincere criticism. Well, not only that, it's not even a matter of what does he deserve or not deserve. It's also going to be the case that regardless of whether or not he deserves or doesn't deserve insincere criticism, the insincere criticism negatively affects everybody else that associates with Vaush or likes Vaush or thinks that Vaush is innocent, whatever. Again, I think that that's important.
What I did not expect is what unfolded on that stream, which was the most...
I don't even hate him. It actually kind of sucks because he helps a lot of smaller creators, and now it will be hard for those people. Yeah. Like, again, I mean, personally, I'm not one of the small creators he's ever helped, but other than algorithmically, I guess, from me doing these streams. But yeah, like, I wholeheartedly agree. Because I feel like he's done so much good to the point where it's like, what the fuck? So he's done something indefensible, but he's also somebody that I've looked up to for quite some time that's done a lot of good, but also I can't defend him because he did this thing that I can't defend. And that shit sucks.
Most bad faith misrepresentation of Vaush and his character I have ever seen from someone I didn't expect to have it. You know, you expect that sort of thing from political opponents of Vaush. You don't expect that sort of thing from someone like H3H3. So when I saw H3H3 engaging in this behavior, I was like, really, man? Are you fucking kidding me right now? It's absolutely insane. So I tweeted at the time, I did not have Vaush versus H3H3 Productions on my 2024 bingo card. Like I said, I'm sure a lot of you guys know H3H3 and you're familiar with the H3 podcast. You know, I haven't been the biggest fan of H3 over the years. I'm someone who's been very critical of H3 in the past. I've disagreed with a lot of his takes on things. It's kind of like this weird, you know, back when H3H3 was doing commentary style videos, I really liked their content. I liked their stuff. Kind of had a falling out with them as they focused more on the podcast. They had some...
Vaush has mirrored some rando small streamers that are my friends and it helps them. Wait, what does that mean? What do you mean mirrored? I'm confused. Well, that puts him helping smaller creators in a different light too. Oh shit. God damn. He literally insulates himself in a fortress and never features any other creators in his main channel. That is true. That is true. I think he should feature me on his channel. I wonder what he would say. He should feature this stream specifically. You know? Because that's the thing is like, okay, if he makes a good enough argument, like, he'll win me over. It's not that hard. Like, I'm still... If anything, I'm going to be biased in favor of him still. Right? It's just that there's... Like, I can't defend some of the shit. Right? Regardless of how bad Ethan's criticisms are, doesn't mean that Vaush is in the right. You want to be featured by a pedo? I want to hear Vaush give a fucking explanation for everything and take accountability. So, if I was like the reason he took accountability, yeah, that would be a good thing. I think Vaush should debate someone who can actually debate back. Well, he has done that. Do you think Vaush, by any chance, would be willing to debate me? I'm guessing he wouldn't be able to. But as not even... I don't even know if I would win a debate with Vaush on this subject matter. I don't know. I might not. Depending on how good he is rhetorically. But I would love to go on his stream and debate him. Obviously, that's never going to happen because he wouldn't let it happen. Not because I'm some great masterminded debater with an impressive rhetorical strategy, but maybe because I'm right. And also because he doesn't know who I am. That's the other component, let's not forget. But yeah.
Bad takes that I disagree with, but over the course of the past year, maybe year and a half, something like happened where I started...
Destiny probably would. He debates anyone. I think Destiny would agree with me, though, in my analysis. Does he not? You should debate me about whether or not you're a bottom. Jesus Christ. I have no clue why he wouldn't debate Ethan on his own show. I'm guessing it's because he has being so aggro. Wait, what? Oh, because he's been so aggro? I don't know. I think that Vaush should. Ethan offered that and said, you can come on my show and debate me. Vaush could have done that. I don't see why he didn't. And it's not like it would just be Ethan's platform either, right? Vaush would stream on his own platform as well. So either way, Destiny preferred to not give an opinion. Interesting. Yeah, I don't know. Well, it's probably because Destiny wouldn't want to bother doing a bunch of research on somebody he fell out with years ago. Let's be frank, he would call you bad faith and not interact, like he's done this for the last year and a half. Do you think he would do that to me, though? I feel like he wouldn't be that uncharitable to me because A, I'm a trans femme cat girl, so obviously I get bonus points there. And B, I did an 8-hour defense stream of him, coming up with every possible explanation for why he would be innocent. I feel like that's like the least bad faith thing you can do. Yes, he would. I mean, he fucked up, but I feel like he wouldn't do that. Fuck, maybe he would. Maybe he would. I don't know anymore. Destiny said he would have defended Vaush if they were still friends. Wait, actually? That's okay. I feel like Destiny probably would have given a similar defense as the defense that I gave. If he were to defend what's his face, Vaush. It probably would have been like the same. Just a little bit less rough around the edges. He tweeted that? Can you how long ago did he tweet it? Fit check? Oh yeah, I am wearing this outfit today indeed. We've got the stripy socks, certified hood classic. That's right. Woo. Anyways, link tweet. I think I have links disabled in chat. That man is pure rage. Destiny is 90% spite driven. I don't know about that. Destiny, okay. Destiny actually seems. Hello. Can you hear me? Sorry, I accidentally stepped on my fucking cord. I'm so smart. Yeah. Good job, me. Now I can hear you? Yeah. That was fun. You're back? Yeah. I am back now. Fuck me, dude. Estrogen moment? Yeah, that was a certified woman moment. Maybe I am a real woman after all. Found it? Okay. Add me on Discord. My username is Femyoz, Femyoz. I'll look at it when I come back. I'm gonna pull a Hasan. BRB, everybody.
Started to like his content again. He started doing these like debates and really destroying people, like just pearly things. Ollie London. There was a debate that he had with XQC that was really funny. I was really enjoying that. And then he had this show with Hasan known as Leftovers, which I'm not the biggest fan of Hasan, but I think even people who are critical of Hasan could agree that the show Leftovers was a really good show, especially if you're into left-wing politics. It was actually a really good podcast. And the dynamic between the two was awesome, which was really unfortunate when, the podcast fell apart. Obviously, H3 and Hasan had their falling out. Basically, Hasan was letting his community really misrepresent H3 and misrepresent him in a way that was not fair and basically resulted in a lot of harassment towards H3. And a lot of people came to H3's defense at the time. I was one of those people that came to his defense. I know Keffals defended him. Vaush defended him. So many others came to his defense because it's like, dude, like, supposedly Hasan and H3 are friends. And when H3 is bringing to Hasan's attention, hey, your community's being very abusive to me, and they're like misrepresenting my arguments here. Why won't you say or do anything? And he wouldn't do anything. We were just like, that's kind of fucked up. This person's supposedly your friend, and you're allowing your community to abuse him like that. That's pretty shitty. So we all went to bat for the guy. But anyway, he's been doing some cool stuff with his content lately, where I've kind of grown on H3 again, and I've started to fall in love with the content again. And then this stream happened a couple days ago, and holy shit, I'm at a loss for words. We're going to be reacting to a condensed version of this stream because the segment is like almost like 2 hours long or something like that. We don't have 2 hours to react to everything. So we're going to react to a condensed version.
I love how as soon as I pull a Hasan, Tipster literally just starts talking about Hasan. What a world we live in. My God. If that wasn't the perfect time to pull a Hasan, then I don't know what is. But anyways, I'm back now. And I guess a few things I'd like to say. First of all, I don't think whether or not Vaush has been supportive of Ethan in the past or whatever. Like, I don't think that in of itself determines whether or not Ethan should or shouldn't talk about this, right? I do think it would have been preferable if Ethan Klein had reached out to Vaush and asked about it or something like that. or covered it in a way that isn't, I don't know, blatantly dishonest, bringing up old out of context clips without knowing the actual context. Oh, and then, well, knowing some of the context, playing the context, but then saying that the context doesn't matter, pausing it every 2 seconds. I don't know. It just felt very disingenuous. Let's be real.
Towards the end of this segment here. But just to kind of summarize what was said in this segment, there was a lot of bad faith misrepresentation of arguments that Vaush was making. Again, bad analogies that Vaush was using, analogies that even Vaush to this day will tell you, yeah, I probably should have used better analogies to make my points. Probably not the best to use the analogies I ended up using.
This is also correct.
But a lot of bad faith misrepresentation of Vaush's arguments, making defenses to arguments that Vaush wasn't making to begin with. The whole thing is just, it's poisoning the well in ways that you can't even fucking comprehend. And I do see some people in the chat saying that, like, oh, but they showed the full videos, they showed the full context or whatever. It doesn't matter how much you show the full context if you're going to misrepresent the argument.
If you're gonna like show the context, quote unquote, but you pause it every 2 seconds and then you lie about it after the fact and say, actually, this isn't the context, and Vaush was lying about the context, but I'm not gonna show the actual context, and I believe that him saying it, what he said out of context, is actually a better representation of his position. Yeah. You may as well just fucking take it out of context. It's the same thing. It's taking it out of context with extra steps to make it look like you're not taking it out of context. That's basically what that was, right?
Arguments that are being made within those full context videos and basically make the claim that Vaush is saying things he isn't saying. That's the issue here. And that's the thing that a lot of people who are H3 fans and defending H3, that's what they don't seem to understand, okay? They don't seem to understand that. So I'm hoping I can explain it. And ultimately, at the end of the day, you guys will either agree with me or disagree with me at the end of it. And that's fine. You can have whatever opinion you want to. But I'm just going to give you guys my thoughts on this. And then you guys can come to your own conclusions at the end.
Oh, right. I need to check Discord to see. Because I know that I asked what's their face to give me the evidence of hold on. Inbox. Accept. Well, that was from an hour ago. Okay, then. Anyways. Let's see here. Sorry, I'm just, looking at, at my Discord to see if I was sent a message request or anything. Nope, I was not. I was not. I think they might have been trolling. I don't know. Chat, do you think they were being honest, or do you think they were just pulling my leg? I sent one though. Yeah, no, but I'm talking about the person that said that Destiny tweeted saying he would defend Vaush if they were still friends. Because I don't have any reason to believe that he tweeted that. Your leg is gone at this point? Yeah, he's been pulling my leg for too long. But yeah. Anyways, sorry. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think Destiny said that unless there's evidence that he did. But what Destiny? Add the. Also, thank you, Felix Chaplin, for the $1. Are you a washing machine? Because I need to put a load in you. Oh my god. Well, you know what? Thank you for the $1. I'll leave it at that. Yeah. Anyways. Destiny isn't a great person either. Yeah, I just think it would be interesting if he said that. Like, it would just be an interesting piece of lore. Links don't work on YouTube. That's why I told him. That's why I told him to add me on Discord. Add the dot. What? You're trolling. You're not being serious. I told you to add my no, I'm falling for a troll. This is fuck. I'm retarded. You know, maybe I'm not. Maybe I actually maybe the individuals that have labeled me as a lolcow were right if I'm this easy to troll. But yeah. Anyways. Yeah, I don't see anything. Nope. Not there. No. This is definitely... Maybe it's under spam? No. Nope. Anyways, that was interesting. Lolcow has lost all meaning. Yeah, no, for sure. It's like, lolcow has gone from like a very specific niche term on the internet to content creator I dislike. It's fucking stupid. Yeah, no, let's continue.
Before we get into reacting to this, because like I said, this is like 2 hours long. I have a condensed version that we're going to take a look at. If you guys want to see the full version without my commentary, in fairness to H3H3, I will link it in the chat, and you guys can check it out for yourselves. Just skip to the Vaush segment. It's called Vaush Horse Folder. But I want to go over just kind of me giving my thoughts after watching the stream. I put out this tweet because I had watched the full segment, and I was just kind of in disbelief about what had happened, right? And so I basically put out this tweet, and then I went to bed. I put out this tweet and I literally went to bed, genuinely disappointed.
Imagine having a sleep schedule. Fake YouTuber, honestly. This is why Tipster fell off, actually, is because he has a sleep schedule, and everyone knows if you're a YouTuber, especially if you're a successful YouTuber, a sleep schedule is not something you have. It is logically impossible, actually, to be a YouTuber that is successful and have a proper sleep schedule. These are mutually exclusive. So,
point 8, seeing what H3H3.
What do you mean Tipster is peak? No, I'm yeah, I know, but like, well, I wouldn't say he's peak. He's not bad. He's not bad. But a lot of people say that he fell off because he left the commentary community and his reasoning wasn't good enough or whatever the fuck. I don't know. It's some dumb bullshit. People got really fucking upset over that. Also, thank you, Felix Chaplin, for the additional $1. Here's another $1 because you're incredibly beautiful and look cute today. Also, you're a bottom. Well, thank you, but also I'm not a bottom. Shut up. I'm not a bottom. You're a bottom. You're the biggest bottom of all time. His theme song goes hard. Yeah, well, I mean, yeah, I kind of. I mean, I do know exactly what you're talking about, but yeah, no, I just think, I think you're reading a little bit too much into it. I was just making a joke because people say that Tipster fell off, and I'm saying the real reason he fell off is because he has a sleep schedule.
Did to Vaush earlier tonight. You think after everything Hasan's community, as well as others in the past, have done to misrepresent Ethan, he wouldn't be so quick to do the same to others, yet here we are. He even used the same out-of-context clips alt-writers have used to defame Vaush time and time again. Whatever this was intended to be, there's one thing for sure. This was not the move, and it was an extremely bad faith misrepresentation of Vaush. I genuinely felt that way. I still feel that way. I've seen a lot of people compare this situation to the situation I had a year ago, which if you want to know what that situation was, you can look at it on my channel. We kind of talked about it a little earlier in the stream, but you can look at it on my channel. There's a video called Addressing the Drama. You can take a look at that for sure. And a lot of people are comparing that situation to that. And this is nothing like that situation whatsoever, because in that situation, I came to the conclusion that, like, look, I'm not going to win this argument. People are misrepresenting the argument I'm making. And so I'm just going to back off because there's no point in engaging in this conversation if people are just going to engage with me in bad faith.
I sort of agree with what he's saying here in terms of, yeah, people are going to engage in bad faith. With that being said, I do think that this is discourse worth having, right? Like, I feel like I don't think that Tipster is bad faith. Again, that's why I want to talk to Tipster, because I feel like he's good faith. I feel like there's definitely a chance he would be willing to talk to me, right? Because I think that, like, well, I mean, I know I'm not bad faith. I spent 8 hours defending Vaush. It's kind of hard to be bad faith against Vaush when you do that. In terms of, like, a debate with Tipster, I feel like I would be good faith. Like, unless Tipster says some really wild, out there shit that's like... But I know he wouldn't, so...
I'm in a community full of retards that literally don't want to listen to what the words are that I'm actually saying are, and so I'm just not going to argue this point. I'm just moving on. In this situation, that's not what's happening. I firmly believe what I'm saying here when I say that Vaush is not a pedophile. I do not believe that Vaush is a lolicon. I do not believe that Vaush is someone who is openly advocating for the legalization of child pornography. And I do not believe that Vaush is someone who thinks that it's okay for adults to have sex with minors. That is what I believe about Vaush, and I stand by that shit.
And most of those statements are correct, at least in my opinion. Again, it doesn't change the fact that, you know, you can tell by looking at the images that they're depicting children just by looking at them. I've seen them. Quite disturbing. You can even point to certain characteristics that make it really obvious. Oh yeah, the fucking boob size. Yeah, that makes it, the fact that they look underdeveloped. But again, the fact that there's a fucking horse depicted sexually, not an anthropomorphic creature, just literally just a horse. So drawn bestiality. That's the problem with Vaush in terms of what was on his computer. The other problem with Vaush is how he's handled the situation. Those are the two things that Vaush should be criticized for. That's it.
And if you have a problem with that, you're free to have whatever opinions you want about my take. But I stand by that. I am not backing down from this. And that's how this is different from last year. I'm not going to let a community full of dipshits try to pressure me into changing my opinion on something and misrepresent my arguments to make it seem like I'm making arguments that I ain't fucking making.
No, and I agree with this. People are arguing in bad faith, not actually responding to anything that Tipster is arguing. Rather that they would rather just make bad, because again, a lot of these people that are arguing against Tipster, even if they end up having the correct position, they have it for the wrong reasons. So they don't know why Vaush is also in the wrong. They don't have a line of reasoning for that. So they have to be bad faith in order to argue with Tipster, right? Someone like me, I wouldn't need to do that because obviously, after doing hours of research, I came to my own conclusion.
That's not going to happen again this time.
Silly Goober donated $5. W tip. Stick to your guns on this one.
Thank you very much for the super chat. I do appreciate it. So I put out this tweet and I went to bed. I fucking went to bed. And when I woke up the next morning, I woke up to a fucking shitstorm. I did not expect to wake up to literally thousands upon thousands of tweets calling me a pedophile, calling me a lolicon, saying that I'm defending a pedophile, saying that I'm defending a bestiality, and all this.
Yeah, which is obviously insane, right? The Tipster is none of those things. Again, this just goes to show that, like, yeah, if you're arguing in bad faith about something like this, that you're going to push people further to the other side.
This horrible fucking shit that I am not doing whatsoever. None of these things are true in regards to my defense of Vaush, okay? And so I started scrolling through some of these replies, trying to find out what the fuck is going on, right? Because it's just an offhanded tweet that I put into the ether, and then I went to bed. So I'm trying to find out what the fuck is going on, and I see somebody in my replies post a screenshot of H3H3 talking about me, because H3H3 doesn't use Twitter anymore. I see a screenshot of H3H3 posting me on his Insta story. He posts my tweet and says, "Cheers, my horse. Love ya. No pedo." Okay? And at first when I saw this, I was like, this can't be true. This can't be real. There's no way in hell that this is real, right? This has got to be like a Photoshop job or something like that. I go over to his Insta story, and sure enough, there it was.
Also, thank you, Felix Chaplin, for the additional $1. Here's another $1 because you're incredibly beautiful and really cute. Oh, wait, did I read that one? Wait, where's the other one? Huh? Is it going to show up? Oh, there we go. Now it showed up. Wait. Yeah, there we go. You're a smoking hot, babes. It's so cute how flustered you get when we tell you how cute you are. If that's not bottom behavior, that I don't know what... It's not... Okay, in my defense, it's... But, well, okay, look. Okay, sometimes I engage in a little bit of bottom behavior, right? But that doesn't mean that I am a bottom. It just means that I have bottom tendencies while not being a bottom. We already know that you're a bottom. Shut up. Shut. No, I didn't. Okay. In what world are you? Shut up. You're so bottom. You're under the bed. No, I'm not. Fuck you. You're just saying that. Oh, as red as my hair? Shut up. I bet your hair is brown or blonde or any color that isn't red. Checkmate. Cute laws. But look, okay. All right, we're gonna continue, okay? Femyoz bottoms. This is not true. I don't bottom from the top. What do you mean? Don't. Okay, we're gonna continue. We're not gonna get too derailed, okay? Cotton 4K, nuh-uh. Also, bottom up, guys. Oh right, I accepted your friend request. Okay, hold on. Apparently, this is Destiny's tweet saying he would defend Vaush. Apparently, if they were still friends. So, oh, I saw this tweet. I guess that could be a way of interpreting it, but I don't see it that way. So Destiny says, man, seems like it would be nice right now to have other large content creator friends. Too bad he's a backstabbing, childish piece of shit and has absolutely no friends in the streaming community. Crazy how that works. Enjoy your lolicon, horsefucker. But, yeah, I guess, yeah, it makes sense that you would interpret it that way. When I read this, I interpreted it as him just poking fun. I don't think that I mean, maybe that's his way of saying he would have, I guess, yeah, that could be at least interpreted that way. I don't know if it's definitive. But I think it's But yeah, I don't know. But like the part where he says enjoy your lolicon, horsefucker, is also I guess maybe he just put that like passive aggressively rather than him actually thinking that Vaush has lolicon, maybe. I don't know. I mean, if you look at what's in the folder, then yeah, I don't know. Either way. Yeah, I don't know how Destiny would do damage. If Destiny was friends with Vaush and was doing damage control, let's say, hypothetically, I don't know what that would look like. Least spiteful Destiny moment? Spite-driven man? Damn. That's a reach to... Yeah, I don't know. I wouldn't say that's him saying he would have defended Vaush. I think he's just trying to pour salt in the wound. Right? I think that's literally it. Or like... That, again, even if this is implying like, oh, you know, it wouldn't be this bad if I was still friends with you type of thing, then I'm guessing that it wouldn't be him just defending Vaush. I'm guessing it would consist of him giving Vaush advice and finding a way for Vaush to sort of correct his wrongdoings, I guess. I'm guessing. Again, this is all a bunch of speculation. I don't think this is enough to say that, yeah, Destiny would have defended Vaush if they were still friends. I don't think that he would have. Or maybe he would have at first, but eventually he would have come to the same conclusions that I came to, right? Show us your cat. She's not in here right now, I don't think. No, she's not. Anyways. He went hard on him when they were friends? Yeah. I'm guessing that Destiny, if he were to, like, talk about this situation, would have a similar position to me. In terms of, like, what I ended up with, like, where I am right now. Not as in, like, when I was defending him. You have a cat? Yeah. I don't know where she is right now. I'm not gonna go looking for her in the middle of a stream, though.
Was literally, basically... calling out anyone who disagreed with him on the situation. We're going to be looking at some of his Insta stories. There was so much insanity on his Insta story. And we're going to...
I feel left out. He never called me out.
Look at some of those things. I can't possibly show everything. We don't have time to show everything. But I'm going to show the things that I think that matter the most. But like, I look at this and I'm like, he's either insinuating that I'm a pedophile in this post, or he's insinuating that I'm defending a pedophile, both of which are really bad fucking things and are not remotely fucking true to what I'm doing here.
Yeah, exactly. Like, again, the reason... like. I don't know if Ethan is aware of how bad faith this is, but obviously, and Ethan should know this, from Tipster's perspective, even if it's the case that, let's say Vaush is a PDF file, right? From Tipster's perspective, he's defending someone who isn't a PDF file, right? So to label somebody as a pedo or a pedo defender because they're defending someone by saying that they're not a pedo, it's like, okay, that seems like a little bit disingenuous / bad faith.
I am defending someone who is being labeled a pedophile by H3H3 and others who I don't believe that that's the fucking case, all right? But I saw this and I said, I see Ethan was a big fan of my criticism, lol. Okay? Let's go ahead and let's dive into some of the Insta stories. Like I said, we're not going to look at everything. There's just too much to look at. But we're going to look at as many of them as we possibly can. So we have this one here. H3H3 posting, according to Vaush, you decide. No CP and no Cobalt versus CP and Cobalt. Now, if you don't know what this is in reference to, this is in reference to a debate that Vaush was having where he was like talking about how bad, things like child slavery.
Yeah, we already kind of went over Ethan taking shit out of context and then kind of showing the context, but then pausing every 2 seconds and then saying that actually Vaush was lying here and actually out of context is a better representation. Yeah, I don't know. Ethan attacks Keffals. Vaush's Discord response, reacting to the H3 podcast. Let's see. I don't know. I've watched Ethan for years. He loves getting sued. This is just a bait tactic from him to get sued. I don't think so. That's a bit much. That'd be really fun. Unless you're joking, in which case, yeah, okay, fair enough. That would be kind of funny. I mean, Ethan Klein has been sued quite a bit. I don't know. It's kind of coincidence. I don't know, man. Maybe it is. Maybe it isn't. I don't think I'm gonna watch the entire thing on stream because it's gonna be Tipster, most likely giving a lot of the same criticisms of Ethan that I've given. So I feel like that's not entirely worth going over, simply because A, I've already reacted to the Ethan stuff, like in terms of like Ethan's podcast, and B, he's probably going to make similar arguments to what I made, because Ethan, in terms of his actual analysis, is wrong in drawing the conclusions the way he does. I think the Keffals plus Tipster stream was the best breakdown of the situation. In terms of defending Vaush, I'd argue second best. I feel like mine was better. I don't know. I feel like I gave more strong arguments. Move on. I'm not okay. Hold on. I want to see what people are saying about Tipster though, because like I feel like I've demonstrated that Tipster is wrong, and then obviously separately I've demonstrated why Tipster is good faith, and then separately why his position is wrong, right? So yeah, apparently, according to the KeffalsLIVE YouTube channel, Vaush and Tipster for prison. What would Tipster be going to prison for? I have no idea. Something, I'll bet. He'd probably be going to prison for something. Yeah, that's right. Tipster owned. Looks like Boblax even talked about this on a stream. Tipster defends Vaush's CP. So it's like Tipster is good faith. I think I've demonstrated that. But this is the response he gets for simply not having enough information to draw a conclusion about Vaush. Right? I don't know. Maybe I'm too charitable to Tipster, but I don't know how that would be the case. I think that I am the correct amount of charitable. I think I'm the correct amount of charitable. Correct me if I'm wrong. Tipster derangement syndrome. You know what? Maybe it is Tipster derangement syndrome after all. I mean, that definitely could be the case. Is this I guess the one other thing that I want to watch is from the H3 podcast highlights.
All right, let's move on.
So this is from the H3 podcast highlights. It's called Vaush responds and confirms his leaked folder contains lollipop. Incredible. Let's see what this is all about.
Here he is in his stream that he did on Friday. So at first, surprise, surprise, he accuses me of clip chimping.
Clip chimping.
I mean, you
For
kind
those
of
of you who
did
don't
do
know, Ethan Klein and his friends over in the H3 pod dedicated about 2 hours of the podcast to doing like the platonic ideal of a bad faith Vaush is a pedophile takedown, including like everything, like 5 years ago, like stuff that's been addressed so long that I mean I didn't see it. I saw people in my Discord.
This motherfucker
already.
So right off the bat, this is a problem with Vaush in terms of him not watching it. But at the same time, he is correct when he says Ethan is of bad faith. He's not wrong there. Now, that's not to say he's any better. He didn't watch the fucking thing. You shouldn't label somebody as bad faith based on other people's interpretations that are biased in terms of how they interpreted somebody else's position. You, of all people, Vaush, should know that. Apparently not.
Sit there
I could not believe this.
and tell me
Right out of the gate.
that he didn't watch it.
Talk about it. I didn't want to watch it myself, partly because it would just make me upset, and partly because I was getting a haircut at the time.
Well, listen, I understand not wanting to watch.
But then you could watch it when you're done getting the haircut. Like, if you're going to respond to this, surely you would want to know what you're responding to, rather than what some random person in chat told you it was, because obviously they're going to be biased in your favor. So why would you base it off of that? Why wouldn't you just go watch it and find out for yourself?
Watch something because it make you upset, but at the same time, just don't
At the same
speak
time,
on
if
it.
you are going
Didn't Vaush set up then immediately cancel a debate? Yeah, he was saying, oh yeah, I'd be willing to debate Ethan, but he probably wouldn't do it. I want to debate Ethan. You know, if he'll let me, I'll debate him. And then Ethan is like, you know what? I think I want to have Vaush on to debate me. And then Vaush is like, so guys, I don't think I'm going to be debating Ethan. Cause you know, I've kind of just sort of realized that like, he's bad faith. You know, it wasn't like I was already saying he was bad faith when I was saying I wanted to debate him. But now that he wants to debate me, he's so bad faith, actually, that it actually would be a bad use of time.
Gonna
to talk
respond
about
to
it,
it.
you
Yeah,
kind
if
of
you're gonna do it, if you're gonna do a H3 podcast after party,
Yeah.
what's happening here? Who's
dog.
chewing on this?
Oh.
Okay, he's done. Psycho.
Don't mess with the button, doggy.
But like it wasn't even like anything temporal. It was literally just like, fuck this guy. My understanding is that they were even doing like the Tacoma wept jokes and pretending that the Tacoma wept thing wasn't a joke. Like
Oh,
the,
I understand you were trying to
Okay.
be like over the top and silly, but it was still creepy and fucking weird, bro.
Oh boy.
Like
Tacoma just wept, and we don't take that from.
See, this is the problem with discourse like this, is this becomes the main part of the discourse. Everything gets all obfuscated, right? Because we're talking about a bunch of irrelevant, tangential bullshit points that nobody gives a fuck about. But apparently people do. But at the end of the day, it doesn't have anything to do with whether or not, well, Vaush is innocent or guilty, right? These are tangential points that are irrelevant. Oh, wow, Vaush made bad arguments in the past. Fucking who cares? I know I sure don't.
don't gaslight.
Now, if Ethan Klein was able to present an argument for why Vaush is dishonest and has misrepresented things himself and has lied and obfuscated the truth in the past, that would be relevant. If he found examples of, oh, here's Vaush downplaying a situation like this, or here's him obfuscating the truth, whatever. If he was able to do that, that would be relevant. But that's not what he's doing here.
Like me, bro. I know what the hell you were. You know, you're trying to be like over the top and silly, but you meant what you said, bro. Tacoma wept.
He was having like a heated back and forth.
Yeah.
That's what spurred that. I think he's
lying.
lying. He's
Yeah,
not.
he's
He
lying.
wasn't joking.
He
Well,
told someone to do his research. I fuck all the time. I'm not monogamous.
Would you go on H3 and defend Vaush? No. I would just shit on H3 because I think that multiple parties can be wrong at the same time. I don't have to defend Vaush to say that, yeah, your criticisms are fucking dog shit. Do better. Right? Because I don't think that, I don't think Vaush is innocent at this point, right? The more I've analyzed it, the more I've come to that conclusion, right? I guess the main difference between me and most people that are against Vaush is, well, my conclusions actually have logic and reasoning behind them, rather than just going with whatever the popular opinion is. Notice how my standard of evidence is innocent until proven guilty? Well, the proven guilty part is obviously important. And if somebody's proven guilty, right? So if it's like, say for instance, Vaush is proven to be a zoophile because there is literally a drawn depiction of a horse that is drawn in a sexual fashion, then it's going to be the case that, okay, yeah, he's a zoophile. That is an objective fact. There's no getting around that, right? I think that the biggest crime that Ethan has committed is making a joke out of the horse thing, which I understand why he did that. But if you're trying to make an argument against somebody, wouldn't that be like the most solid argument you could make? Is that Vaush is a zoophile? Like that genuinely. But no, nobody cares about the horse stuff. Horse stuff is all just silly, nothing. It's nothing. It's nothing. But it's not nothing. It's drawn bestiality. So that's something. Unless you're going to use the argument of, well, that's just a drawing. In which case you just sound like flamenco, but with bestiality instead of lolicon.
Yeah. He's like,
That's
no.
embarrassing.
He's like, they think that everyone in Tacoma actually cried. No, we know that that's
hyperbole.
Right.
That's a hyperbole.
I took that too
wept.
literally, yeah.
Yeah.
The thing that people pretend to do where they see an obvious joke and act like I'm being serious
Shut
is a way
up.
of
Dude, you
implying
were
what's,
triggered as fuck.
you know, like cringy
Yeah.
or whatever. So if it's reached that level of like
I think that the main issue is that Vaush correctly identifies the fact that Ethan is acting in bad faith and that a lot of his criticisms are genuinely bad faith. And it makes it very easy for anybody, really, to look at that and say, okay, well, it seems like the people criticizing him are bad faith. So why would they be credible at all? They're not. So why would I listen to any of their criticisms? Why would I even bother finding the grain of truth when I don't know which grain is the grain of truth amongst the dozens and dozens and thousands of grains of not truth or exaggeration?
indiscriminate shit talking and smearing, then it's obviously not any kind of like pointed criticism. So with that in mind, like what do I even?
Why did you make this? Why did you come and do this?
Right.
You know what? That actually is a good question from Ethan. Why the fuck did he do that? Why did he make this? Indeed. Also, thank you, Batal Crafter, for the $10. Check Discord DMs when you get a chance. Also, you look very cute today, BadEmpanada. All right, I'll check Discord DMs. Discord. I should just have it open, but not. I should maximize it instead of closing it this time. All right, let's see. What did you send me on Discord? So excited to find out. Whoever said Destiny would have defended Vaush was right, with a link to Destiny training under 1,000 times Earth's gravity, boring research. What? I'm so confused. Oh, it's got a timestamp linked. Okay. Oh, it's from. It was streamed 2 days ago. Wait. Let's see.
You see the lolly discussion on Reddit? You know, if Vaush was a better person and not such a piece of shit, I'd be in the trenches. Because you know what? Who the fuck cares about lolly? Who cares about drawn? Imagine your life is so boring that you give a fuck about animated cartoon girls. Like, how old is the girl? I don't know. How old is the fucking drawing? It's a goddamn picture. Who the fuck cares? Grow the fuck up.
Interesting. Okay. So that would be his defense. I guess the issue, and this is why it's I feel like I'm walking in a fucking minefield with these, right? Is it seems to be the case that Vaush defenders, and Vaush critics all treat Lolicon and the morality of Lolicon as a single fixed point, which is that it's very bad. Interestingly enough, Destiny doesn't. Now, I don't even disagree with Destiny here. I don't. But I'm not saying I agree with him either entirely. I do think that people blow things out of proportion for sure. I would like to see what Destiny's defense would look like. It wouldn't be the same as what mine was. Because I do think that the harm is overstated. I think that lolicon is bad and harmful, but the harm is overstated. That's my position. So, this is what makes it so difficult to talk about these things. Because it's also a fucking optics nightmare, too.
Okay, people in Ethan's subreddit are like calling the FBI on fucking Vaush. He's looking at cartoons that I don't like. I think that, like, bro, who the fuck cares? Okay, call me when this guy's fucked his way through some fucking preschoolers, okay? Until then, get out of here. Who cares?
Yeah, I don't know how I feel. I don't know how I feel about that. I don't know how I feel about that. Fuck. I guess if I... Shit. I mean... I'm fucking speechless, I'm sorry. I semi-agree with Destiny, but it's still kind of yikes. I just don't... Okay. Okay, I'm just baffled. How is he able to get away with this optically? It's not that I even disagree with him. It's just that he has, like... He's, like, able to, like, walk through this optics fucking minefield with some of the shit he says. It's like an actual minefield, and he somehow navigates it. I don't know how he does it. It's like, this is why most, like, again, there's a reason that most debate streamers don't have that fucking debate. Unless they're debating against it. Is because it's a fucking optics nightmare, no matter what. Because if you have, like, a nuanced position where you believe that it's bad, but it's not, like, but that, like, the harm is overstated. It's like, how do you argue that without saying something that gets taken out of context? His spike gives him powers. I know, right? I love him, though. Yeah, I don't know. I think that the main issue I have with Vaush is that he won't take accountability and that he's dishonest about this to an extent. It's like it's like he's I get fuck. Would Destiny be making the same arguments as the people that are like whatever very pro lolly that are like saying that Vaush didn't do anything wrong for having that shit on his computer, but he's a hypocrite? Is that the approach Destiny would take? I don't know. Fuck, man. I don't know how I feel about this. I feel like it's I feel like, as well, like, the fact that it's, like, something that I innately have an emotional reaction to, like, in opposition to, is something that makes it impossible to have a discussion about. Because I don't want to be defending something that I intuitively find disgusting. It's... Fuck, I don't know how I feel about this. Because what if it... Because I know for a fact that, okay, people do overstate the harm. But to what extent is the harm overstated? And I don't know.
The real conversation we know about hentai is getting rid of the digital drawings and bringing back the actual physical drawings of the past, okay? That's what we really need to be talking about, all right? You have ardent defenders of lolly porn in your subreddit. Ardent defenders? Okay.
Difference is Destiny doesn't look at lolicon, so we can joke about this. I don't think he's joking. It doesn't sound like he's joking. Also, somebody in his chat pointed out the lolly argument becomes difficult when you remember that AI realistic images are a thing. Oh, shit. Fuck. That's oh my god. No. Fuck. God damn it. This is okay, this is why we don't have this fucking discourse. Jesus Christ. It's so bad. It's so bad. I fucking hate all of this. It's like every time someone makes a point, it's like, you know, maybe it's not as bad as I thought. And then it's like somebody else makes a point and it's like, fuck. And if I were to say, actually, it's not that bad, then it would sound like I'm defending this other thing that definitely is bad. And it's like, oh shit. You can't do it. There's no winning. There's no winning. Didn't even think the AI angles. Yeah, that's the thing, is it's like, oh fuck. You can't have this discourse. Like, unless you're Destiny, I guess. It's like, it's physically impossible for any normal person to have a nuanced discussion about this without inevitably dying in the optics minefield. Like, that's the thing, is like, I've had people get mad at me for saying that I'm somewhat agnostic on the position and that I lean against it, but that I haven't seen enough evidence to condemn it. Like, people have shit on me for that. It's like, oh, well, it's obvious. And it's like, well, I don't know that. I don't know if it's obvious or not. Like, yeah, it's obvious intuitively that it's gross, but like, I don't know if intuitively finding something, it's a fucking nightmare. It's terrible. Minefield discourse. No, literally. And then there's also the part of me where it's like, yeah, but don't you want to like go dance around in the minefield and see what happens and figure out what your position is on stream? It's like, no, that's a terrible idea. Don't do that. Don't look into this on stream or even off stream. Because then it's going to become a fucking nightmare. Because you're going to say one wrong thing or one thing that's worded incorrectly that sounds like a complete defensive lolly or whatever, and then it's like, oh shit, here we go again. It's like there's like 20 videos with like the title Femyoz exposed for defending lolicon or some shit like that. It's like, oh boy, here we go. I don't know. It's is there a Destiny lolicon debate that I can watch? I want to hear what he has to say about lolicon. The first thing that comes up when I search this is from 4 years ago. Oh god, why am I doing this? Destiny debates Digibro. Is this a lolicon debate or does it just randomly come up? I'm so confused. That's a... Oh my god. Fuck. No, Destiny's main thing was incest, not lolly. That was his main point of contention with the rest of the world. Worse, there's a Mr. Girl debate. Well, with Destiny? Or Mr. Girl debating... Because, like, if Mr. Girl is the one defending lolicon, I'm not interested. Because, obviously, he's almost certainly going to do a bad job. I want to hear a good defense of it. I want to hear someone do a good job defending it, not a bad job. Because that would be more interesting. That would probably be... No, none of this looks like it would have to do with specific... I specifically want Destiny to specifically debate in favor of lolicon. Just because A, I think it would be funny, and B, I don't know, it would just be interesting. And also funny. Mr. Girl, yikes. Yes, with Destiny. Okay, which one is the one where they debate about lolicon? because then I can navigate this discourse with nuance without it being a minefield. Because I'm probably just gonna agree with Destiny, but be slightly more against Lolicon. So that would be like the main difference. So like juxtaposed next to Destiny, I would have to have better optics because I would be slightly more against Lolicon than him. I think, you know what? I think that's what I need to base my position off of, is be slightly more against Lolicon than Destiny. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what Destiny's position is. Just take the slightly more against it position than whatever he has. It's not all about Lolicon, it's about actual pedo. Oh, but that's no fun. That's not fun. I want to hear Destiny debate Mr. Girl on Lolicon. But where Destiny takes the affirmative position, the position defending it, and Mr. Girl argues against it. Dude, somebody needs to make an AI of that. Somebody needs to make AI Mr. Girl versus Destiny debate, where Destiny is the one defending Lolicon. That would be so good. Oh my god. I remember seeing one where he pretended to be pro lolly halfway through the debate. It was pretty funny, but I don't remember the name. Oh my god. Oh my god, I need to find that. Please tell me that's a thing. Also, when you say actual pedophiles, are you talking about like ones that like go out of their way to harm children? Because I would argue that Lolicon enjoyers are also actual pedos, considering the attraction they have. I mean, again, I think there's like obviously more nuance to it than like they're actually the same amount of as bad as somebody that goes out and molests a child. It's like people that argue that are fucking stupid, right? Like obviously molesting a child is worse. Obviously actual CP is worse, right? Doesn't make it good. I've had people misinterpret me saying that as a defense for Lolicon. I feel like anything, it's like anything that isn't like the most obvious direct condemnation of it is always somehow gets misinterpreted as a defense for Lolicon. It's like it's tantamount to, yeah, but do you condemn Hamas? It's literally just that fucking meme. Where it's like, yeah, by the way, just so you're aware, you know, I do condemn Hamas. I think Hamas is bad. Yeah, but do you really condemn Hamas? Yeah, I do think Hamas is bad. Are you sure you condemn Hamas? I think it's the same thing, but with Lolicon. Where it's like, yes, I condemn it. Like, I've stated my position like 5 trillion times. I don't know. Sounds kind of like you're defending it. It's like, well, no. But do the lollies condemn Hamas? That's the real question. Does Flamenco TV, avid Lolicon supporter, condemn Hamas? That's what I want to know. I don't know what the answer is. And, you know, I don't know if we're ever going to find out what the answer is. I don't know. I feel like if for no other reason, though, the reason it would be wrong would have more to do. I don't know. It might have more to do with, I feel like you're hurting yourself if you watch Lolicon. Like, psychologically. Like, that has to fuck you up, right? Like psychologically, like, if you go out of your way to watch animated CP, like, there's no way that has positive effects on people, right? Like, there can't be like there's definitely not like an argument for it. Like, yeah, it actually is beneficial for these. It's like, okay. I don't think that there would be, but like, I don't know. It's weird. You know what? I think we should research this. You know, where do we go? Maybe I just Google is lolicon bad. Maybe find out what happens. Also, apparently... Oh, this is interesting. This isn't what I was looking for. But here it says, according to a law group, that because lolicon depicts an identifiable minor engaged in sexually explicit situations, lolly violates federal law in the United States. You can be charged and arrested with a crime if you possess lolly in any form. Interesting. Okay, if I'm going to be totally honest, as bad as lolly is, I don't think it should be illegal. Because I feel like defining it legally is way too difficult. Like defining what is versus isn't. I feel like that, not to mention the fact that you start getting into anti-free speech territory, right? Because then it's not just like social media websites taking down lolly. It's the government, but then also, well, no, because like I guess if the government like takes down actual CP, but then that's the thing is like depicts an identifiable minor, but it's not always an identifiable minor. Sometimes it's kind of ambiguous. So this is based on a faulty premise. So like is it only in cases in which it's identifiable? So like it'd have to be something like really obvious, like okay, technically this isn't a real child, but you can tell it's an infant because their fucking umbilical cord is still attached to their stomach. Like would it have to be like something like super obvious like that? If so, then it's like okay, I probably wouldn't have an issue with that being illegal. Nah, it's simple in front of a judge and a jury. Yeah, but like what do they? Yeah, but there's so many instances where it's like ambiguous, right? Like where it's like, yeah, but this could be technically interpreted this way, maybe. But like, what if the artist's intent was to draw lolly? But like, what if you didn't know that? It gets very fucking convoluted. I don't know. Oh, that's interesting. I just found something called I Want to Stop Being a Lolicon. What is this? Oh, shit. Okay, wait. This is interesting. I want to read this. So it's called I Want to Stop Being a Lolicon. Schidiophilia, toonphilia, is a romantic/sexual attraction to a fictional character, parentheses, cartoon and anime characters. Lolly is a fictional depiction of a child/childlike anime character. Lolicon is a person who enjoys lolly art non-sexually or sexually. Okay, well that's fucking bullshit. The whole point of lolicon would be that it's sexual, right? Whereas lolly would be the non-sexual or not inherently sexual, right? Like that's the point of making the distinction, right? Like lolly would just be the art style. So if you just like, I don't know, you like drawing the art style non-sexually, you wouldn't be a lolicon, right? Like that, I don't know. Let's continue reading this. Please keep these in mind when reading this. Okay. I want to stop being this. Lolicons are usually looked at as pedophiles at first glance, and frankly, it's understandable because of the similarities. To a person, well, if you're attracted to children, you're a pedophile. If you're attracted to the child, the characteristics, the childlike characteristics, and all of the qualities that make them look like a child. If we're talking about strictly the attraction aspect, yeah, you would be a pedophile. Now, again, that term obviously has like a lot of weight, a lot a lot of stigma, rightfully so. I'm not reading it, by the way, right now. I'm saying, like, yeah, the term has a lot of stigma. But if we're talking, like, in an objective sense, like, technically, yeah, that would be pedophilia, right? Obviously, there's going to be nuance, right? Like, so for instance, having lolly is not as bad as, like, it's bad, but it's not as bad as having actual CP, which is really bad, but not nearly as bad as molesting a child, right? There's, like, a hierarchy, right? And obviously, if you just categorize it all as one thing, like, that might be, like, an issue, right? I feel like that would be a much better explanation than them trying to say it's not pedophilia. A lolicon can be a pedophile, but they can also not be one. What? This is just cope? Okay. Unless said art is meant to be photorealistic. Oh my fucking god. And or differentiated from a real person. It is only fiction. Yeah, but if the fictional fantasy in your mind is you fucking a child, that's still pedophilia. A normal person, oh, it doesn't even say normal. It says a normal can tell what's real and what's fake. Oh, well, no one is saying it's real though. That's not the argument. Though the idea of said art, even remotely resembling. Wait, what? The idea of said art remotely resembling said art is disgusting. What does that mean? The idea of said art remotely resembling said art is disgusting. Incredible. What am I reading? I miss anything? I'm trying to find a good argument that defends lolicon. because okay, look, if anyone can find a debate where Destiny defends lolicon, I really want to watch it because I feel like it's something he would do just in like I feel like there'd be like a weird circumstance where he just argues it out of spite. I feel like because spite will drive the dude to do fucking anything, there has to be an example of where spite has somehow driven him to defend lolicon. But nobody could find anything, so I'm trying to find somebody else arguing it and see if there's a good argument. I mean, I could make an argument, but that wouldn't be the same. Because then someone, like, the issue with that is somebody would just take that out of context. And be like, oh, Femyoz is defending lolicon. And the issue is that people would genuinely believe that. Like, that's the problem. Send you a Discord DM to a website where it tracks every time Destiny says lolly. Wait, is this real? Found this website where it logs every time Destiny has said the word. No fucking way. Oh my god, I'm going down a rabbit hole. This is so much more fun. Know your destiny. Okay, interesting. What happens if you search lolly? Oh boy. Okay, oh wait, I didn't mean to click anything. Oh, it's because it went in the search bar. So, oh, it has like transcripts. Transcripts. View card. Internal error, what? Okay, I guess. Copy timestamp link. Okay. I don't. Oh, there are two of them where you can see the. thingies. I have alt Lily, nothing bad is going to happen to you. Okay, give Lolly a hug, she said. Have some more attacks, me, buddy. Whoa, I think we should try to push that in here. Okay, I don't think that's him defending Lolly. Okay. But as funny as that is, that's not what we're looking for. That and then reconstructing it and then selling it to me in a way that made sense. That, yeah, that was, I think, indicative of a very, very, very good thought process. So that was good. Yeah, that's awesome. Emotions are gay. Lolly, nice, good one. Oh my god. What? Okay, this is not what I'm looking for. Damn. This isn't what I was looking for, but it's really fucking funny. It's really funny. So I'm glad you shared this with me. Are links allowed in chat? I have a Discord, but it asks for my phone number, and I don't want to bother. Add my Discord, Femyoz, Femyoz. Let me know when you have me added, and let me know what it is you want to send me. Oh my god. That wasn't what I was looking for, but that's one of the funniest things I've ever read. I don't know why. Okay. Alright, let's continue reading the schizo post. Where were we? Differentiate fake. Sad art is, disgusting and sickening the most. Even you probably. It is to me. Okay, self-awareness. Self-awareness. Props to this person for being self-aware, knowing it's disgusting. Because of what it represents. In fact, they go on to say, I don't like what it represents, even if it is fictional. I don't like the idea of it. The issue is I do like curtain art pieces and 2D animations of this and find sexual pleasure of it from... Okay. Interesting. Not all of it. Hell, not even 99%. I'm disgusted by a lot of this kind of stuff. See, okay, honestly, I feel like a definitive argument you could potentially make, or a conclusion you could draw, is that lolicon is bad because it hurts the person that is attracted to it. I feel like it fucks with the psyche of the person that consumes it, right? That seems to be what it's doing. Again, I feel like it's but again, it's impossible to have a good faith argument about it, because if I argue, like if I want to construct a good argument against it, I would need to come up with the best arguments I can think of that are for it. But I feel like, considering the landscape of YouTube and the fact that I don't have a large platform to defend myself on, I feel like someone might clip me out of context and then nobody understands the... Yeah, so... Damn, I love how I started streaming as somebody that doesn't give a fuck about optics. I don't care about anything. And now I'm like, you know, I would say this thing in order to construct a hypothetical argument that somebody might make that I would disagree with and disavow, but somebody might clip that out of context, so I'm not going to do it. What has happened to me? It leads to offending? I don't know if there's any evidence of that. I haven't seen any. If you could... Okay, I mean... If you could link me to, like, a study or something. Is there data on lolicon contributing to child abuse? From what I understand, and this is the scary part, I don't think there is. I don't think there is. That's, like, the part that scares me. And that's why that's why, like, a nuanced discussion is required. Because, like, okay, if we're gonna say that something is bad, we shouldn't be saying it's bad because it's bad. Right? That's not a good enough argument. Right? But at the same time, it's like, oh, but it's also like a fucking minefield, optics-wise. It's an optics minefield. So what are you gonna do? like in good faith navigate your way towards a correct position. It's like that's something I'd have to do off stream. And it's like I have to an extent, but like I never come to any conclusion. And it's like I can't. It's like, okay, I'm gonna have to like talk to some people behind the scenes to find a better argument. Because like that's the thing, is I don't have very good arguments against it. I just sort of treat it almost like as an axiom that it's bad. I don't think that's enough. I feel like it's almost like it's what I like to call a placeholder axiom until I can find arguments against it that are actually not easy to refute, or not easy to refute, but like just not the strongest arguments. There is one quote study. I want to link a thing from Explanation Point, funny anime channel. So it's victimless crime and Destiny just saved Vaush. Fuck, I mean, is it a victimless crime? I mean, I guess technically it would be, right? But at the same time, like, but except for the person that, I feel like the person that engages with it would be the victim. Because that's the person it would psychologically harm. Right? It would psychologically harm so it would be more like, it would be bad in the sense that it's like, it's bad for the same reason that, say, doing drugs is bad, right? Where it's like, where that sounds really fucking bad, out of context. It's bad for the same reason that drugs are bad, in that it primarily hurts the person that consumes it, just in more of like a psychological sense than a physical sense. Because I feel like any individual with like a moral system that understands why it's wrong for an adult to fuck a minor, for instance, and somebody that has, I hate using this word, common sense, right? Saving me a whole lot of time explaining something slightly different but basically the same. That's more nuanced. I feel like that would psychologically fuck with them. Alcohol is harmful, but it's not morally bad to drink. I guess the argument would be like the extent to which it's morally bad, right? Like as in it would be bad in that you're harming yourself, I guess. Right? Like under a utilitarian ethical framework, right? Like if you're harming yourself, like that's a moral wrong against yourself. So it's not something you would like condemn, it's just something that you would like pity almost. It's something you would pity. Huh. Interesting. There's a behavioral analysis of child molesters. I know you. I know what you're trying to get at. I just think it's funny. From the late 80s, where they found that a pedo will consume child erotica, but it's only a prelude to real life offenses. Like as in like somebody that's committed offenses would have been more likely to have watched that beforehand. Yeah, I don't think that would be like, I feel like that would be logically fallacious. What you would need is a study that that demonstrates that that using the sample of being people that already have that sort of predisposition towards being attracted to children, I guess, and then comparing people that are that have the predisposition of being attracted to children that don't consume lolicon and the ones that do, and see if there's like a difference there. I think that study would single-handedly prove the argument, but I don't think that study exists because I feel like I would know about it. Maybe I just need to look harder. I don't know. I had to stop drinking because I don't stop until I pass out and make a lot of schizo posts on Facebook. Yeah, exactly. Like, you're not necessarily, Oh, that's the other thing. Right? Is being an alcoholic, let's say, in a vacuum isn't necessarily harmful to others, right? But if, let's say, you're an alcoholic and you have a family, it absolutely causes harm to those around you. Abso-fucking-lutely. Interesting. Yeah, I don't know. This is coming from an FBI behavioral analysis. Oh, okay. Well, I feel like it doesn't prove the point that needs to be made, right? Like, it's not controlling for the right things. At least based on your description, unless I misread or something, or misinterpreted. The point where drinking is bad for you is also the point where you're more likely to hurt others because of it. Yeah. That's kind of what I was getting at. Reddit says there's not conclusive study, but take that with a grain of salt. Oh, a grain of Reddit? Yeah. Damn. Am I... Okay. This is... What is this devolved into? It went from... Here's how my analysis has gone thus far in the whole Vaush situation. It's gone from Vaush is innocent because he didn't have any lolly or bestiality to actually, wait, hold on a minute. I think that Vaush had bestiality depicted drawings of bestiality on his computer, but it's still wrong to call him a PDF file, to, yeah, he's kind of a bit of a nonce, not gonna lie, to, yeah, but like, what if lolly wasn't bad? What if I shouldn't treat that as a fixed point? Which, I don't know. I mean, what if I... Fuck. I feel... Okay. I feel like the victim... Yeah, I don't know. Like, I know for a fact that, like, okay, it can't be good for the psyche of people that consume it, right? So I guess it would be morally analogous to, like, harming yourself in ways that, like, harm you psychologically, I guess. Like, again, like, doing drugs harms you psychologically, right? And then your worsened psychological state harms others, and that would be like the utilitarian argument against doing that, right? So similarly, fuck, but that's like I feel like that's too nuanced for most people. It's like, whoa, yeah, but Femyoz, do you condemn lolly? It's like, yeah, just I do, but for different reasons. It's like, okay. Trap hentai was a gateway to trans femmes for me. Ooh, yeah, that's the other argument that gets brought up a lot, is that lolly would be like a gateway for people watching actual CP. I don't think there's been any studies done on this, but then again, like, how would you do a study on that? Like, yeah, let me find a random sample of pedophiles that are anonymous, that answer the questions honestly, and see whether or not they went from, whether or not lolicon was a gateway drug for them to get to start watching actual CP, right? I feel like that would be how would anybody conduct that study? Like that, I feel like that would be too much to ask for, right? So I feel like you can't base it off of a study in that case. Today's drama developing quickly? Yeah, no, for real. I love how I love how this stream has just devolved into like lolicon discourse. It's like, yeah, I think this is bad, but why do I think it's bad? I feel like the other thing is like, I look for evidence in general, just for things broadly, right? And if it seems like something is inconclusive as to whether or not like, oh, okay, is this harmful or not? I don't know. It's like I lean more towards the nah, it's fine position as well. But then at the same time, it's like intuitively, it's like, yeah, but this is still disgusting. And I feel like it's wrong. But like, are my feelings valid? I don't know. Just because I feel like something is wrong. It's, oh God. It would have to be a longitudinal study of willing participants, and they'd have to admit to potentially committing crimes, so it's sort of impossible. Yeah, let me conduct a study where all of the participants have admit to having CP, but don't worry, I won't report them to the FBI. It's like, yeah, good fucking luck with that. Well, a study like that is not viable. I found a PDF on a study, but it's not a short read. A PDF file, perhaps. PDF file, get it? Because it's like a, yeah, it's like pedophile, but PDF. Okay, I'm sorry. I mean, I already label them as PDF files because it's funny. Just go on Discord and wait. We get it. Oh my God, I'm like, oh God, this is good. What is this derailed into? But I don't know. This is weird. Let's continue reading this epic thingy of somebody asking for advice on how to stop being a lolicon. Because like at first, it seems, it's like kind of funny, right? But I'm guessing the further we go down, the more sad it's going to be, right? Because it kind of was starting to get there. Hold on, where were we? Sorry, I think I scrolled, sorry, I'm like not sure where we left off. I do like certain images. I'm disgusted by a lot of the stuff. Sad ones I do like are questionable, and I find disgust afterwards, but I keep going back to them. The art/animations I keep coming back to are based on the characters depicted has at least some physical differentiation from said character. Can even be considered older in the angles and the way it was drawn. Interesting. Or only shows a character waist up and could technically be considered in an older depiction. What? Although looking back, I was doing some hard mental gymnastics. At the end, it's still horrid. I have zero intentions to even imagine this thing in real life. Interesting. I don't have nor want any real attraction to a child. That's fucking sickening. Interesting. I know I can tell what's real and what's fake and what's in my head. When I see that art, I see a fictional character. I don't connect it to real life. See, this is a weird... Lately, I've been having thoughts and worries about if people would consider me as a pedo for months. Okay, now that's an interesting point. So part of the psychological distress would also be the stigmatization. Jesus Christ. We're getting into massive nuance territory now. Because it's like, yes, this is bad, right? Because if for no other reason, it clearly causes psychological harm. But some of the psychological harm is worrying about how other people would label them. So that could be like the confounding variable. Fuck, this is so complicated. I don't like this. Why can't it just be simple? This is why I've been treating it like a fixed point, by the way. In terms of lolicon being bad. Like, I treat it like a fixed point simply because everybody that I'm disagreeing with in terms of the Vaush stuff on both sides seems to, like, agree with that, except for, like, a very small subsection of like the internet, I guess, that's like lolly defenders, but like they're like the vast minority and no one's really taking them seriously. So I haven't really had to argue that. But here it's so let's continue. Lately, I've been having thoughts and worries about if people would consider me a pedo for months. No one knows the secret of mine, but I feel so scared that one day they'll know I enjoy lolly art. Just cast me out as a predator, even though I have no urge in reality. More so a repulsive impulse, a few occasions, even nauseating reaction to the idea of it being real. I've been even more disappointed in myself. I just want to stop this phase and look past it. It has brought me so much anxiety. This is giving me like massive food shops vibes. Where it's like, at first I wanted to make fun of food shops, but then it's like, then I just felt bad for her, right? That this is what, oh God, fuck. It's giving me the same vibes as that. Where it's like, I can't bring myself to like, I don't know, write off food shops as an evil person. Because it's just like, I feel bad instead. It's like, Jesus Christ. Second guessing notions and outright unhealthy self-deprecation and hate. I just want to either not care about this at all or stop liking this entirely. Jesus. I just want to not worry about upsetting others. Oh shit. Fuck. This would be like an argument. Oh God. I don't like where this is going. Because this would be an argument against the stigmatization against lolly as well. Fuck. Wait. Would that be an argument? I feel like that would be an argument for that, right? Like if, I guess if the argument is that it's, obviously no matter what, like it's gonna, I feel like no matter what, it's gonna harm your psyche if you're looking at that type of content. But like if the reason why it harms your psyche is because it's how you'd be perceived, and you know that you'd be perceived that way. Shit, I don't know. Fuck, I don't... This is why... Okay, this is why we don't go down rabbit holes, but here we are regardless. Also, I don't need my headphones for this. Ugh, jeez, ow. My hair got caught. Ow. Stop. Ow. I don't like that. What was that noise? What the fuck? Why is my hair caught in my headphones? What the fuck? This is so dumb. This is the dumbest thing. Ah. Oh my God. Finally, Jesus Christ. Look at that. My hair. Oh, shh. Holy shit. Holy shit. Oh my God. Oh my God. What the fuck was that? I've never had my hair. You're ripping your hair. But I couldn't get it out otherwise. I got impatient. What the how does it get caught like that? What the fuck? Adorable. Wait, what? This is not meant to be a... Hold on. Also... Wait, what the fuck? Side bangs are dangerous. Is that what these are? Are these side bangs? I don't know. Genuinely no idea. Truly the mystery of all time. My goodness gracious. Oh my God. That was fun. Kind of embarrassing, because I kind of looked dumb. That's a side bang / fringe. Okay. I wasn't sure if that's how I'd categorize it. Pull it out of the headphone. Is that real hair? No, it's all fake. It's all a construct of your imagination. Oh my God. Okay. Let's see here. Don't want to worry about... Let's continue reading this, okay? I just don't want to worry about upsetting others. I don't want to let the ones I love down. Okay. I don't want them to think of me as a disappointment while finishing high school. Oh, shit. The fact that this person isn't... Oh, God, that makes it even more sad. What the I haven't done anything to cause that, but the fear of what if is still there. Oh, my God. I just want to stop being a lolicon. Yes, it's fiction. Yes, it doesn't hurt anyone. Yes, it's morally wrong. Yes, the fantasies are all in my head. Both the fear of hate and the pleasure of these characters. Oh, God. I just want all of this to be away so I can have a good life with no guilt. I want to entertain people. I want to entertain people. Wait, is this person a YouTuber? Is this flamenco on on an anonymous account? Is this food shops? It feels like it was written by food shops. I want to entertain people. There's okay, how old is food shops? Because this was written 3 years ago. Was food shops in high school 3 years ago? Okay, it's probably not food. It's almost definitely not food shops, but what if it was? Nah, but oh my God. And I feel bad for all of the same reasons. Holy shit. This is literally the same thing that I've heard fucking food shops explain. Jesus Christ. This is really depressing. I feel more bad for the person writing this than anybody else. I just want all this to go away so I can have a good life with no guilt. I want to entertain people. I want to give them some kind of enjoyment after a long day. I want to create and animate stories. Okay, so it's not food shops because unless food shops was an animator at some point, I don't think that would be the. I don't think I don't think they're the same person. But it would be kind of funny, but also really tragic if they were. I mean, well, no, it'd be less tragic because then it's one person suffering instead of multiple, I guess. But still, yeah. Anyways, create and animate stories that people can sit down and have a fun time watching. Stories told by words or by actions. I want to help people with no worries, but I can't do that if I still have this problem. I wouldn't care if I randomly found out one of my friends was a lolicon because I know they're still a good person. Oh, interesting. Is it weird? Yes. Is it considered sus? Yes. I like how they use the word sus. But they know what's real and what's fake. Well, it's not a matter of people. Okay, stop with the whole real fake thing. Everyone knows it's not real, right? People just say that, yeah, it's fake, but that doesn't matter and it's still bad. As long as they are keeping it fictional, I wouldn't care. Not hurting a fly, nor expressing any interests of doing so I wouldn't care. Yeah, I feel okay, if I'm friends with if I was friends with somebody in real life, I mean, that would be new because I don't have friends. But if Jesus Christ, no. All jokes aside, if a friend from real life were to tell me something like this, I can't say I would stop being friends with them. But that's so interpersonal versus what is this broadly speaking? Fuck. Am I the only one who thinks you should require ID verification to view porn? Parentheses, pick of ID to show over 18. Yes, you are the only person that believes that. No, all jokes aside, yeah, that's kind of a shitty position. If for no other reason, hell, I remember discovering porn when I was I think I was 10. I mean, I knew what it was, but I just didn't feel ready to look it up. And then one day when I was 10 years old, I'm like, okay, time to look it up. I want to see naked woman with big butt, naked woman with big butt cheeks. And I'm like, yep, that's what I want to see. So I went onto Pornhub because I knew what the site was. I just never went on there. And I'm like, oh, that's kind of hot, not going to lie. It started out very vanilla. Then I started really delving into a lot of the more kinky shit. But yeah, no, I can't. That's the thing is but that's just me though. Like, what if my brain just developed faster than everybody else's? Like, that could be the case. So it's like I can't use myself as like the perfect example of like a normal person, right? Because if my brain developed faster than everybody else's, it's like, okay, well, mentally, I was more advanced, I guess you could say, than everybody else. Not everybody else, but like than the average person, I guess, would be a better way of putting it. But at the same time, yeah, I don't know. I mean, we have AI. AI, what would the specific context be that we're talking about here? Make Google do the work to filter out pornography from searches until you sign into an account that's registered 18 plus. Yeah, I don't know. Sounds like a waste of time. I would rather not have to go through all that. Fuck that shit. Not to mention the fact that I'm glad that I discovered porn was when I was a kid, unironically. So, like, generally, I think it's the case that kids shouldn't watch porn, but I feel like it's, I don't know, I feel like it's something that you have to, like, discover yourself. Like, I feel like if you're a kid, like, like, let's say, like, when I was a kid, right? Like, it was just something that I discovered for myself, right? I feel like in that case, it wasn't harmful to me because ultimately, it was something that I actively sought out. But like, for instance, like if somebody were to send like pornographic material to a child, like I don't think that that's okay because the child might not be ready. But I feel like if you're a kid, you almost have like an intuitive sense for when you're ready to go seek it out. And I feel like that should be the first time you see something like that is when you seek it out. Like, for instance, I think it would, okay, let's be realistic here. Do you think it would be bad if a 16 or a 17-year-old watched porn? Like, no, I'm sorry. Like, if you're 17 and you go out of your way to go to Pornhub.com to view porn, I don't think that there's like, it's literally just a nothing burger at that point, right? Well, I'm sorry. Like, let's not pretend like we all did that. Way younger than that, right? It's like, I don't see why there should be a barrier in place to prevent that. Because it doesn't cause harm, right? What would the logical reason be? I would draw my own corn. Yeah, but you shouldn't have to do that. I suck at drawing, okay? I wouldn't want to have to do that for the first 17 years and 364 days of my life. I don't know. Porn isn't a new thing and you're going to seek it out. Yeah, eventually they're going to seek it out, right? And like, how would you... That's the thing, is what you would end up with is you'd end up with softcore porn. So instead of finding porn, right, they just end up going down rabbit holes that lead... They go down a softcore porn rabbit hole, right? I mean, isn't that literally what, like, kind of... I'm not going to say that's what Twitch is, right? But, like, it's not that far off sometimes. I mean, yeah, I don't know. Because the line between porn and not... But it's like, okay, but then it's like, I don't know. How about women basically selling their bodies online? What about it? I think it's based. I think you should be able to do that. We're arguing whether someone can recover from owning child CP. What? Huh? Is that not something that came from porn? Huh? The porn-addicted men that see women as objects? Okay, this is an argument against porn addiction, right? It wouldn't be an argument in favor of banning porn, right? So it's going to be the case that, yeah, porn addiction is bad. It's bad. CP is also bad. Those things are bad, right? That doesn't mean that porn should be illegal. The same reason that alcohol shouldn't be illegal, right? Is being an alcoholic bad? Yeah, no shit, Sherlock. You're not the first person ever in the world to condemn fucking alcohol addiction. Astute observation. But that doesn't mean that it should be illegal, right? There shouldn't be preventative measures in place. to stop grown adults, at the very least, from consuming alcohol, right? The reason you would stop children is because it literally has long-term impacts that are negative on the brain. Like it changes the brain function / structure. I agree with you, Femyoz. Ban alcohol? No, I said the opposite. What? Pokemon is... Oh, you're trolling. Okay. Never mind. I will not engage with the weird shit you're saying. Okay. Anyways, Jesus Christ. I'm saying this is an argument that we wouldn't be having in the late 90s or even the early 2000s. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like some of this discourse has been around. Okay, let's finish reading the fucking really depressing lolicon post. Or did we already finish reading that? Not hurting a fly, nor expressing interest in doing so, I wouldn't care. A stranger could live their life as a lolicon. That sounds so bad. Free of guilt without connecting it to reality, and I wouldn't care. The problem is I can't set my standards to that. I don't like the idea of what this art represents, and I fear how others would think and treat me afterwards. I just want to stop this. I want to stop enjoying any sexual lolly art. Not just 99%, 100% of it. I don't want this feeling where I find a certain art piece that makes me question myself. I want this to stop. Damn. This is really depressing. Okay, is it... Okay, Apparently there are some responses to this. Wow, sounds like you're having a really rough time. It seems like you're struggling with this. You've been struggling with this. Oh my god, I'm struggling to fucking read. That's the real struggle here. Okay, anyways. Seems like you've been struggling with this for a very long time, and of course I can't possibly imagine how it's really been for you. However, I hope you don't mind me trying. The fact that you question this sort of thing makes you a good person in my opinion. Not that I'm saying being a lolicon is bad. Okay, we might disagree a little bit, but whatever. Sexual urges are healthy. Oh, no, but the... Fuck. Yeah, but if your sexual urges are towards children, that's not healthy. I mean, I guess the reason why it's bad, though, is because if you act on them, like, it harms the child. And depending on how the characters are depicted, could be any straight male would be aroused if they were in your situation. If I were you, I wouldn't be concerned about the 1% of lolicon artwork that you do like. Many males feel the same as you, and some are very proud of it even. There are so many artists who draw lolicon art, and I'm sure many of them enjoy it for sexual but that's... But that doesn't... Oh, this is a bad argument. Even if you were right, this wouldn't be the argument for it either. Like, yeah, did you know that there are a lot of Nazis who enjoy killing Jewish people? I'm sure there are plenty of people... I'm sure there are even plenty that enjoy it for sexual reasons. Like, yeah, but, like, it's still wrong, right? Like, it doesn't matter how many people do it and enjoy it, right? Take No Game, No Life, for example. You mentioned disappointing people. Everyone has secrets that they don't want people to find out, blah, blah, blah. Okay. Damn. Oh, God. I'm looking through these. Oh my god. Fuck, I don't know how I feel about this. This is... Oh god. I don't... Okay. This is making me rethink, like, okay. If I treat it like an axiom where, like, this is a really, really bad thing, right? As in, like, a very morally bad thing, then I come to the conclusion that Vaush is completely guilty. But... Fuck. If I don't treat it like a fixed point and then I give it more nuance, it's like, okay, it's... I don't think it's good. It's definitely not good. But like, how bad is it? Like, is it bad enough for me to want to condemn Vaush? Do I think his career should be ruined over it? I would argue for... Fuck. The more I think about this, oh god, I don't like where this is going. Because I feel like my mode of analysis every single time leads to like a more... like a position that gets closer to defending, like actually defending this shit. So it's like, oh, well, I just won't use my mode of analysis. But there's two possible scenarios, okay? One is that I'm wrong about the specific subject, or two, I'm wrong about the mode of analysis I use. Because, like, if we're dealing with a victimless crime here, then why? Shit, man, fuck. But it's also like a... And then if that's the case, then... And how aware is Vaush that, like, whatever he looked at was lolicon, first of all? Like, has he genuinely deluded himself into believing that it's not? Or that it would be reasonable to interpret that as, like, an adult at first glance, just looking at it, the fucking image itself? And if he's aware of it, then obviously he's lying. But would he be lying for the sake of optics because he knows that if he doesn't do it, then it would make the situation worse? This is so complex. Jesus Christ. I don't think I should be allowed to view pornographic material not until my birthday. That's fucking stupid. Like, have you not watched it? And if you have, can you state some sort of harm that's been caused by it? Yeah, I don't know. Lolicon doesn't have the same material harm as normal CP, so you can probably laugh it off more easily, but it doesn't mean people who engage in it aren't PDFs. Yeah, but like if... But that's the thing is like, okay, I agree that definitionally at least that they're PDF files, right? But like if... But after a certain point, like, the definition becomes, like, super broad, right? So, like, it is objectively wrong to say it's not pedophilia, right? Like, but I get why there would be almost like a need for a categorical distinction, right? Because if the term pedophile ranges from person that watches a cartoon character that's a child getting fucked in the ass versus somebody that literally goes out and molests a 7-year-old child, right? If these are all put in the same category, then and also that category is generally used to refer to the more extreme wrongdoing. Fuck, I don't know, man. I don't know. This gives me a headache. I used to look at women differently when I watched porn. I don't know how to explain it, though. How often did you watch porn? Because I've always looked at them exactly the same way. Like, porn has not changed my perception of women, I'm sorry. And, man, I started watching that shit when I was, like, 10 years old. I guess the control for that would be... I barely watch porn nowadays. In fact, I almost never watch it. Just because I'm not as horny anymore now that I'm on HRT. Porn made me misogynistic. I feel like you would have to already have underlying tendencies towards misogyny. We should probably stress non-offending versus offending. Yeah, but some people would... I agree, but some people would categorize... for instance, lolly on your computer, right? That some people would categorize that as like an offense, right? So I guess we would have to define what an offense is, right? Because I agree. But like, it's like, okay, well, you didn't do nothing to engage with it, right? So, but like, you didn't like offend like an actual child. So also, Yeah, I don't know. How do you not find it more difficult? How do you not find it more difficult to think he had no clue with his past arguments? Because Vaush does this weird thing where he, in the past, where he would bite insane bullets for the sake of consistency. So like, people have gotten him to bite insane bullets that he could have easily avoided, and that's just like one of them is like, actually, you see, it's you know, it is morally blah blah blah, whatever the fucking argument was, right? Shit. Well, I just don't know how to navigate this discourse. I'm sorry. Whatever this website is, Novni, the one where the person wrote an essay about how they're a lolicon but they wish they weren't. Fuck. You know, this seems like a mental health support website. I might have to write a few paragraphs on here after this fucking discourse. Holy shit. I don't know. It's like a game of tug of war in my brain. It's peak cognitive dissonance. And it's driving me insane because I don't have a fucking conclusion. No matter what I do, I have no conclusion. And it pisses me the fuck off. Like, the more I think about it and the more I look into it, the more questions I have than answers. And it's pissing me off. A PDF file can not be a child rapist. Can't, wait, what? A pedophile cannot be a child rapist, parentheses, non-offender, but a child rapist can't not be a pedophile offender. Yeah, I agree with this categorization. I agree. Decent point. Yeah. No, I would categorize it the same way. Why do you think Vaush acts the way he does towards him? Okay, to be fair, like, the whole Poppy thing was a while ago. Fuck, I might just, oh god. I don't like where this is going. I feel like by the, you know what, this is all because somebody linked a clip of Destiny making an argument where he might be where he's at least half joking, probably, maybe, I don't know, I can't tell. I can never fucking tell with that dude. Where he was saying it's just a drawing. It all stems from that. Because somebody had to fucking bring that up. I'm like, okay. Fuck. And then it derailed into fucking lolicon discourse. Jesus Christ. He got away with it last time? No, he actually didn't, right? Like, Destiny's community only accepted him again and gave him a second chance once he already took accountability. I think. Yeah. He's flexing if we're being real. If Destiny wanted to, he could defend Lolicon. Yeah, but I feel like if... but like, if we're talking about Destiny, right? I feel like his spite would supersede his contrarianism, right? So like you have the two primary driving forces of Destiny, okay? You have spite and you have contrarianism. But I think that spite in his case supersedes contrarianism. So it's going to be the case that he would, if he's just acting out of spite, which let's be real, he would be, he would say that, yeah, Vaush is like basically a pedophile or whatever. Or something like that. Destiny Coon to Lolly too. Yeah, I mean, I guess he didn't condemn it. He didn't condemn Hamas and he didn't condemn Lolly, so he's in favor of murdering innocent innocent Israeli babies, and he's in favor of pedophilia. Oh my god. This is, oh shit. Why do, okay, look, this discourse is so fucking cancerous. I fucking hate it. He did that. His channel continued to grow. He used the same, he took it out of context. I listened to the interview yesterday. Interesting, okay. Yeah, but I feel, I mean, shit, I mean, I wasn't there for it, so I wouldn't know. In terms of, fuck. This stream is like 1% Tipster's defense of Vaush, 99% me either getting derailed or talking or just saying a bunch of words. Jesus Christ. He just has to date men only from now on? Wait, what? My idea is that our society is way too sexualized. People nowadays can barely date without trying to plug each other in. I feel called out here. What the fuck? Our generation is also retarded enough to not use condoms as much as we should. Look. It's not what you think. Anyways. 10% you blushing, 2% you pulling out your hair. Oh my god. Honestly. I think there's some nuance when it comes to depicting people in fiction/art, but some signal more red flags than others. Still, how you're responsible to have that on your working computer. Yeah, but that's like, again, this is, but then this goes back to my original position, which is that Vaush is irresponsible and dumb, but that he's not like a terrible person and that he should be given a second chance. Oh, fuck. It all circles back to my initial proposition. I guess it depends on what you determine to be the fixed point, right? Ah, shit, man. Okay, interestingly enough. Okay, wait. Oh, shit. Okay, what's interesting, though? Okay, wait. But if we go back to the legal definition, this makes me think, what if it's not explicit enough to be lolicon? Shit, I don't know, man. I mean, I don't want to go look and find out. But the legal definition is, or I guess the legal statement is, because lolicon depicts an identifiable minor engaged in sexually explicit situations, lolly violates federal law in the United States. So wouldn't it then be if this is the case, then wouldn't Ethan Klein be violating federal law? Or wouldn't it... This is such a... Because it says you can be arrested and charged with a crime if you possess. Okay, I guess So what would it mean to possess? Like, what if you have it like open in your browser? Is that possession? Fuck. I don't. This shit hurts my brain. It's like this entire thing is like built off of like 5 trillion tangential arguments that require like 5 trillion hours of research in their own right. Anyone who views lolly would technically be breaking the law, but you gotta be caught. Yeah, but Ethan Klein was saying that he was on the stream saying that he was viewing it. And like he didn't instantly exit out of it. He had it on his screen and was looking at it. So like, fuck, man, I don't know anymore. I don't. Okay. Shit. I keep changing my. Fuck. Oh my god. My position keeps morphing over time. What the fuck? You broke the law. I broke the law. Vaush defo broke the law. Okay, look, the only law I've allegedly broken is speeding, allegedly, and pirating Sony Vegas Pro 17. So, shut up. That's not that bad. I genuinely... Or are you talking about, Or are you talking about, doing research extensively that would lead to that? But again, I don't know if I'm against lolicon because I have an emotional predisposition against it, or if it's because it's bad. I don't know why I'm against it. Just that I'm against it, and I don't... Is this how normal people think about other stuff? Where, like, they don't know why they're against something, but, like, they're against it? It's infuriating. Is this what it's like being a normal person? Not knowing why you think it's wrong to do something, but just thinking it's wrong intuitively. Is this how normal people analyze stuff? Jesus Christ. I'd kill myself. Holy fuck. That would drive me insane. I imagine normies just don't want to be called pedos themselves so they condemn quickly. Is that what I was doing? I feel like I might have done that. I feel like that might be part of why I was... It's how normal people think. What the fuck? Normal people are insane. It's wrong because it sexualizes depictions of children? Yeah, but like... I guess the main thing I'd be looking for, and I'm mad that I haven't found it, because this should be like... Because the is lolicon bad argument with the response being yes should be a slam dunk argument for me. It should be a slam dunk, but it's not, and that's worrying. Because the thing I look for is harm. Does this cause harm? And the only thing I've been able to think of is harm that it causes to the person looking at it. But even then, it's like, okay, but there's a shit ton of confounding variables where it's like, okay, is it harmful to them because it messes with them psychologically? Well, yeah, but is that psychological aspect caused by them knowing that society views it to be a certain way, therefore causing them themselves to view it a certain way, therefore causing psychological distress? The answer is it's bad, but it's a cartoon, so you can laugh at it a little. I know you're like half joking, but like, it's just, oh god, this is gonna drive me fucking insane. Now that the can of worms has been opened, there's no closing it. To be fair, it should be condemned though. Vaush did in fact download Lolly. Yeah, but like, I mean, I agree, but I don't know why I agree. That's the problem. So like, what if I'm wrong? What if, okay, you know what? I think I was, fuck. Because I do remember a specific point where I was doing a live stream where I was taking an agnostic position on it, and people were saying that I was defending it, and people got really mad at me, and I was like terrified that I was gonna get canceled again, because it was like, because I was making the point that like, well, I haven't seen enough evidence to say it's bad. I don't think it's good, so I'm agnostic on the position. And people took that and were like, you're a staunch lolly defender for not immediately concluding. And I'm like, oh shit. So I guess, was that me being gaslit into making it being bad a fixed point in my worldview or some shit? Because like, Because, like, I don't want to just think something is bad because it's bad. I want to know why it's bad. And if I can't find out why it's bad, then maybe it's not actually bad. Are you like the world's most hated femboy or something? I mean, I've had people make videos about me. It was from shit a while ago. And fucking... I mean, it was like... I did like... Okay, there was like one time when I did a bad thing, right? So basically, the perfect example of this is there was I think he was 15. He knew a 15-year-old kid who was a admin in my Discord server. Okay, because I trusted him. Basically, it seemed like he was a good admin. You know, he asked me if he could be a mod. I said yes. He was a decent mod. He asked me if I could make him admin. I was like, you know what? Sure. He nuked the server, right? I got really fucking mad about that. And what I did is I proceeded to, because there was a time where he called it, because I used to do a lot of call-ins, mostly for debates, but I also would call in with viewers occasionally. And he accidentally turned on his camera on stream and leaked his own face, right? So this was a while ago. Now, initially, I had blurred his face out in the VOD, right? Then what happened, but I went out of my way after he nuked the server to unblur his face. And if that's not bad enough, I then went on to use that in the thumbnail of my next stream. Then I leaked all of our DMs and basically just bullied and made fun of this kid for like multiple hours for being a backstabber, right? That was obviously fucked up. So that was like the number that was probably the worst thing I've done in my e career, if you could call it that, right? But that turned into Femyoz doxes minors, and that turned into and again, so that was sort of, so people saying that so yeah, that's sort of what it turns into, and then that turns into fuck, what were the other things that I got canceled for? Fuck, I genuinely don't remember because it was all a bunch of bullshit most of the time. Fuck. It was chat, does anybody remember what I got canceled for? The Augie debate? No, nobody took that seriously. People just made fun of me for that, which is fine. I made fun of myself for it. Defending Natty Forsyth was one of the things, because, like, I thought, okay, there's not enough evidence to conclude she's a pedophile, just that she's, like, weird and kind of a degenerate. But that turned into me being a pedophile defender. What else? Say the line, I am Femyoz, I am here to debate you. I said it. Or alternatively, in the voice that I had back then. Hello, I am Femyoz. I am here to debate you. Because that's what I used to sound like. How old were you at the time? 19? I'm still 19. But this was like, I think I was barely 19. Now I'm like almost 20. Jesus Christ. That's weird. Being 20 sounds scary. That tripped me out. Jalen dropped you in there? No. Jalen didn't do that. I asked her to add me. Don't blame Jalen. Please. She did not do anything wrong. She just did what I asked her to. Because, like, I had seen like some clips of Augie saying shit, and I was arguing against genuine positions of his that I thought would have been relevant. Because I'm not gonna lie, I didn't know too much about Augie. I never really watched. I knew who he was. I knew he existed. But, like, I never really watched any of his content, to be honest. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I just knew who he was because I watched other creators that were like adjacent to him back in the day, like Nicholas Diorio and those people. But I never really watched Augie. I probably should have done that before going into a fucking live stream in fucking debate bro mode. That was really funny though. See, that's like one of that was like one of the good fuck ups I did though. That was like a fuck up that had like a positive outcome because it was funny. Like I'm glad that it happened because it was fucking hilarious. It's like I went in expecting Augie to not be a retarded spurg basically. But that's the thing, is like, okay, like if I expect Augie to engage in good faith in a debate like that in the free marketplace of ideas, in that case I'm the spurg, right? Like Augie's just acting how he normally acts, right? But I didn't know how he normally acted, so I was taken aback. Bad timing, he had just finished talking to Keffals. Yeah. Like I feel like if I had went in like I don't know, if I had like whatever said something in chat at some point, like, hey, I've been watching your streams for a while, I kind of disagree with your position on trans youth, and I would be wondering if you'd be willing to have a conversation about that. I don't know. He probably wouldn't be nearly as bad faith, right? Maybe that's what I should have done. Maybe that would have been like the debate that officially changes Augie's mind. It's like there's like an alternate universe where I politely ask Augie to debate me in his live chat on a completely different stream, and then I change his mind on the topic. I'd like to imagine that there's like an alternate universe where that happens. Jesus Christ. Obviously, it wouldn't have any comedic value in that alternate universe, because that alternate universe... No, the joke I would be making right now in that alternate universe is, could you imagine like an alternate universe where like Augie is like super bad faith? Like maybe I come in after like a really heated debate between him and Keffals, and like I don't know like the full context of the stream, and you know I go in and I'm like, what? Imagine if I said something insane like that like makes me look really stupid, like I am Femyoz, I am here to debate you. Dude, could you imagine if that happened? If like I went in on the Keffals stream, that would have been so bad. I'd like to imagine that's what I'm saying in an alternate universe right now. Not that I specifically believe in alternate universes, but like if they exist, then like that would be really funny. I'd clap. Yeah. That would be the birth. Yeah, no, the alternate universe would have that same meme, but in a completely different context. Do you have any input on the Jalen and Keffals bridge burn? Yeah, common Jalen W, honestly. L Keffals. Keffals is kind of a poopy head. That's my take. Yeah, I don't know. It seems to be the case that Jalen just gave Keffals criticism, and then Keffals decided, yeah, this is something I'm going to block like one of my main defenders over. Battle lines have been drawn. So true. Alternate universe knows how to take headphones. Shut up. It's not my fault that my hair got caught in the fucking headphones, okay? Jesus Christ. Speaking of bad faith, seems like you're the bad faith person arguing that I don't know how to take my headphones off. Jesus Christ. I love how I have a tab open on Google where it just says in the search bar, is lolicon bad? Fuck it. Truly. Jesus Christ. Oh my god. I'd like to pull your hair. Not saying I'd be opposed, but, you know, I just, you know. I'm just saying, yeah. Anyways. Oh my god. What has the stream turned into? You're still you're still literally a teenager? I don't see what if that was unforgivable with what info you gave? Yeah. It's like, and like when it was happening, like it felt huge. It was like the biggest controversy I'd ever been in. But like looking back, it's like, oh fuck, this is nothing. This is stupid. Why did I care about this? This was like the biggest irrelevant nothing burger of all time. Like I thought, oh shit, you know, as soon as somebody makes a fucking video essay on me, like, oh shit, I'm fucked. My career is over. Like if we look at the timestamps of the MRAW video right here, right? It's intro, history of Femyoz, doxing, live streaming, degen stuff, ego/conclusion. Oh yeah, I did have a mentally ill arc. But yeah. Oh, I remember there was one time I got accused of suicide baiting. Yeah, that was the other thing I got canceled for. Because I said as like an exaggeration. I mean, I won't lie. I was suicidal at the time. But nobody knew that, okay? At least I don't think so. But yeah, like nobody had that context, right? Only reason you have it is because I gave it way later after the fact, aka right now. Which is, yeah. So, anyways, but again, that information wasn't available, right? So, I made like a long ass community post. I used to schizo post in the community tab of my YouTube channel quite a bit, and in this big old schizo post, I basically just vented like 5 to 10 paragraphs worth of information, maybe more than that, about how I feel like my life isn't going anywhere and I feel directionless and like I don't know what the fuck I would do if I was streaming, and like, you know, like it's like most jobs / career paths literally make me want to kill myself, and oh wait, what? You glossed over that like a normal person? That was apparently me suicide baiting. Yeah, I kid you not. I fucking kid you not. So that's what I've been canceled over before. Literally nothing. But it felt massive to me at the time. It felt like, oh shit, this is gonna create a huge dent in my career. It didn't. It hardly made a difference. So now every once in a while, you might see some random person in chat that says I dox minors. It's kind of funny, but also it's like, okay, this is so fucking, this shit is so old. It's like, okay, who cares? Answer from Google, yes. Oh, for lolicon being bad. Well, it gave a legal argument. I want a moral argument. Oh, here's like a forum. Forum dot whatever the fuck this is. I don't know what this site is. So some anonymous user asked, can anyone give examples that people use to claim that lolicon consumption is harmful indirectly and logically leads to harm occurring? I think I'm getting closer to being able to tell myself I haven't caused harm to minors with the compulsion, oh god, to look up lolicon that I had until I just recently. But part of me still demands rationalization. Wait, what? Demands rationalization? Examine some arguments to the oh, so this person is like is like a pro lolicon person that wants a steel man of the opposite position? I'll try to be as unbiased as possible in answering the question. The arguments you're talking about are, in essence, identical to the ones to justify censoring / banning violent media. Oh, shit. As well as adult pornography. Oh, fuck. Is it that disconnected? Like, is the potential harm that it causes that disconnected? Because it seems so apparent. They all seem to depend on invoking some level of fear or anxiety around the subject matter. Shit. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. Whenever it comes to like me, being against it, I feel like there is definitely a level of anxiety there. But I don't know if that. But like, what if the intuition is right? What if my intuition is right and this is all pointless? But what if my intuition is wrong, and it's actually not bad? Fuck, I don't know, man. I think the consumption of lolly might cause one to see children as sexual objects. Yeah, but like, I don't know if this argument wouldn't fly because, yeah, like I get what you're saying, but like this is like the same thing as like when people are like, yeah, but like porn in general depicting adults also sexualizes women and makes them appear to be sexual objects, but you wouldn't be in favor of banning porn, right? And most people that, like, I feel like most people, at least in this country, are like, yeah, porn, who fucking cares? Everybody watches porn, right? Two most common arguments I usually see are it normalizes CSA and pedophilia by presenting the concept of children as sex objects, consequently creating a culture that is tolerant or even accepting of real-world CSA. Yeah, it's like something I've said, but like, it's not convincing. I'm sorry. I need a better argument than that if I'm going to argue against it. Otherwise, I'm just not going to talk about it. Because there's no way in hell that I'm going to be defending it. Because that would just be an optics nightmare. It will, quote, add fuel to the fire, end quote, and incite pedophiles who are already psychologically predisposed. Fuck, I'm illiterate. And at risk of committing an offense by fitting into their pedophilic desires and fantasies until it, quote, isn't enough anymore, and they commit a contact sexual. Yeah, but I feel like there wouldn't be evidence of that. At first glance, they may seem sound and logical. No, like, I feel like that's not enough. That's the problem, is these aren't good arguments. I want a better argument than that. Normalization, there's no evidence that that the existence and availability of lolicon/shotacon will, quote, normalize, unquote, CSA, and what evidence is available is either non-conclusive or not supported by the data available. This pessimistic, unfounded conjecture that this is the normalization argument overlooks the already controversial and uncomfortable nature of the subject matter. It is borrowed from the puritanical attitudes regarding sex and violence, and assumes that simply allowing the content to exist and maintain a willing audience will, over time, deprave and corrupt the minds of and actions of an otherwise pure and morally righteous people. Fuck. Why am I agreeing with this person? I don't want to agree with them. This feels wrong. If these assumptions were sound, then we would have seen an uptick in violent crime alongside the proliferation of graphically violent, grotesque, or immoral media, which we haven't seen. Shit. Rather, we've seen the opposite, whereby violent crimes have actually gone down as the media... Okay, I don't know if that's like... You'd have to prove causation. This is just correlation. Kind of proliferate. But I agree that like violent video games don't increase violence. That's like a retarded position. But like, what if the reason that boomers think that violent video games are wrong is like the same reason that I think that lolicon is wrong? Like, it's just like an immediate, irrational, emotional opposition. If that's the case, then like, what the fuck? Like, when I think of why lolly is bad and why I don't like it, which is basically an emotional argument, is this like what goes on in the brains of boomers whenever they think about violent video games? Is this like the Gen Z equivalent of the violent video games discourse? Genuinely. That's fucking disturbing to me. What the fuck? Okay. This is But also, I don't want to be like closed-minded and be like, yeah, I'm going to start with a conclusion, which is that it's bad, and then work backwards. Even if it's It's all emotional. Yeah, I don't know. But I feel like there's better arguments. I feel like it's easier to make an argument defending it than condemning it, though. For some reason. Like, if you remove all emotions from it. See, this is why I've sort of flip-flopped between positions. It's like, I think the first position I held when I first found out about this discourse is, I don't care as long as nobody's getting hurt. But then, I think I said that one time. People got really mad at me. I'm like, okay, I guess I'm agnostic on the position. I don't know yet. And then later, I sort of explained why I was agnostic. Was I gaslit into presupposing that it must be wrong without coming to that conclusion myself? I mean, it wouldn't be the first time I've been gaslit. Jesus Christ. OMG, I came from Acheeto? Wait, Acheeto's streaming? Or... when you're 60, people will call you a boomer for being anti-lolly? Yeah, that's what I'm wondering. Is that what this is? Because I'm a good debater, but I can't come up with good arguments against lolly. Even though I'm genuinely... like I'm against it. Not like super against it. It's not like the number one issue I care about, but like I have like a position that leans against it. I was just watching his video. Oh, welcome. We're doing everybody's favorite discourse, the fucking lolicon debates. I'm trying to figure out why I intuitively find it to be wrong. And if my intuition itself is wrong. Because intuitively it's like, yeah, well, obviously it's wrong. It sexualizes children. But like, the more I'm looking into like actual arguments about this, it's like, what the fuck? Like, am I wrong about this? Okay, anyways. The exact same effect was observed with pornography and sex crimes, including material with violent or abusive theme, as well as fictional / virtual / simulated CP. Granted, these correlations alone aren't enough to conclusively affirm a casual relationship. Porn prevents abuse, but it certainly most fatally discredits the assertion that media will normalize whatever it's depicted. Shit. What the oh, shit. I hate that they're right. What the fuck? Why are they unironic? Oh my... This is pissing me off. Somebody needs to, like... fucking... Oh my god. Kill me now. It should be pointed out that human beings impart and process information relative to its context. We understand that if the material is designed solely to entertain, enthrall, or otherwise be indulged, it will be consumed as much, regardless of what it depicts or what attitudes are espoused. Humans can differentiate nonfiction from fiction and reality from fantasy, hypothetical from theoretical, and so on. This, of course, isn't to say that people aren't positively inspired, moved, or affected by what they watch or consume, but the extent to which they watch certain media will be conducive to negative, immoral, violent, or criminal acts has yet to be seen or observed. Oh, and the argument in question also disregards the contentious nature of the subject matter. Even knowing what we do about sex practices of the ancient Greeks, the Romans, and various other societies and how children are treated, it can still be inferred that the concept of adults fornicating with children was never popular throughout history. Wait, what? Huh? At first I thought they were going to say something else. Jesus Christ. I don't know what they're trying to say here. The extremes on both sides are hard to converse. Yeah, this is what... Okay, I think that might be where a lot of the cognitive dissonance comes from. Is I want to hear both sides, but it's like... I don't know. It's like I start out as like an agnostic person, and I feel like I feel like any argument, not this one specifically, I don't feel like I'm being gaslit by this. Then again, if you're being gaslit, you don't know you're being gaslit. That's the whole point of gaslighting. But like looking back, like every time I've ever engaged in this discourse or entertained the idea, it's like people are so like, and normally I don't get gaslit into shit. But then it's a combination of that plus optics. And that's like enough to like push me in a direction. Like optics plus intuition plus, because like intuitively, it's wrong, right? That's my position, intuitively. Intuition is not the ultimate arbiter of truth, but intuitively I feel like it's wrong. So intuition / emotion, optics, the way people talk about it, etc. All of that, which isn't the actual topic itself, has pushed me against it. Not saying I'm not against it at this point in time, right? But I'm trying to be self-aware about why I'm against it and whether or not that is rational. But I'd like to find a better reason to be against it. I'd like to be against it. I don't want to be in favor of it. It's an optics nightmare. So I'm trying to find good arguments against it, but like, I haven't. Difference between lolly CP and regular porn is that the adults participate in consent. Well, I mean, are you saying that the drawings can't consent? Because drawings of adults can't consent either. They're drawings. They don't have thoughts or emotions. So that doesn't work. So consent wouldn't even be a part of the equation. Maybe Destiny wasn't joking when he said that it's just a drawing. Maybe he was being dead ass. What the fuck? You've thought about this for a long time. What about a break? I mean, I'm going to end stream soon, but I want to finish this oh my god. Look, well, let's continue. This is... Oh my god. This is fucking AIDS. Incitement of sex abuse. Like, even going through this, it's like, I have to like constantly say, I condemn pedophilia. I condemn pedophilia, just to make sure that like it doesn't get misinterpreted. It's like, yeah, guys, just so you know, just so we're clear, I condemn Hamas and I condemn pedophilia. I think that those are bad. Hamas bad, pedophilia bad. Just so we're clear. I don't want to be misinterpreted. It's like, holy shit. Give me a fucking break. I'm gonna research this shit off stream. Holy fuck. I was thinking about you being brain tired from it, like studying for too long. You stop processing. I guess. Incitement of sex abusers. This point is honestly more straightforward with this claim is backed up with by a light degree of evidence. In some cases, though, like the other point, does not withstand scrutiny. The simple retort to this fact is the science is largely not supportive of this claim. The simple retort to this fact is that the science is largely not supportive of this claim. The primary variables which dictate a person's proclivity to commit CSA are complex. Of all known or convicted child rapists / molesters, that's a name, not a word. You know what, there's no way I'm... Like, if I ever get monetization back on this channel, this stream ain't gonna get monetized. No fucking way. I don't... There's no way. Forget it. I don't need to self-censor at this point. What the fuck? Why am I doing that? Only about 50% of them fit the diagnostic criteria for pedophilic disorder. Okay, but this wouldn't be an argument, right? Like, if we're talking about the ones that do, right? Like, yeah, obviously they're gonna be people that are sex offenders that like technically aren't attracted to children and are just more interested in causing harm to children because they get some sick satisfaction out of it. Even if it's asexual, like obviously that would still be wrong, right? So that wouldn't be like even like a pedophile thing. So, but again, that would be irrelevant, right? If we're talking about ones that are pedophilic, right, and we control for that, then yeah, only about 50% of them fit the diagnostic criteria for pedophilic disorder, and only 20% of that group were likely to have consumed or criminal histories regarding CP. So a slight correlation exists, but the general consensus here is that consuming it won't incite CSA. Whether or not that correlation is indicative of a casual or of a casual relationship or constitutes a, quote, risk factor is hotly contested and debated by scholars, but again, the consensus hints at a coincidental correlation. I want to hear what scholars have to say about this. Do they cite sources at the end or something? I'm gonna have to look into this. I'm only mentioning CP in this instance because that's where the majority of the research is focused on. CP is by definition harmful. It is a form of abuse and exploitation which victimizes children and puts more children at risk by simply existing because it creates a market for illicit material that harms minors. This is true. Fuck, why am I agreeing with them? I don't like this. This sucks. I hate being wrong about stuff. Okay, to be fair, my position ultimately started out with, I mean, I can't think of how this would cause harm. It seems to be a victimless crime, to being agnostic, to being against it. And now it's gone full circle where it's like, actually, what if I was wrong when I changed my mind? What if, shit. And the rest of us love being wrong. Look, okay, here's the thing. If you're me, you're basically never wrong. So when it happens, it's like an anomaly. Jokes aside. Okay, well, I mean, there is some truth to it. This is also like, fuck. I feel like I also have like I have two different types of intuition as well. I have intellectual intuition and emotional intuition. My intellectual intuition leads me to believe that it's fine. My emotional intuition leads me to believe that it's not fine. So it makes sense that I would start out with the position that like intuitively, like the first time I hear about the discourse, based on my intellectual intuition, without really thinking about it that much, other than it seems to be the case that it doesn't cause harm. Then people appeal to my emotional intuition, then that takes precedence because it conflicts with my intellectual intuition. Not to mention the fact that my emotional intuition coincides with good optics. They go hand in hand, so that also might get conflated. And then, yeah, I don't know. It's probably not fine, not that serious. Yeah, but like, but now we're back at the agnostic position where it's like, this is what I mean when I say I keep flip-flopping, and I don't like that. Because, yeah, I don't know. Because, like, I don't have, like, an argument for that causing harm in the first place, other than psychological harm to the person consuming it, potentially. But then the argument there would also not work, because if you take the argument of it psychologically harms the person, we don't know what the confounding variables are. Like in the post we read, I was like, oh, there we go, perfect argument. And then they go on to explain how the reason that they're distressed is because they're scared of how people will perceive them. In which case, if that's a confounding variable, then it could be the case that, like, in a vacuum, or like in a society in which it's not like socially bad or whatever, like that it wouldn't cause psychological harm. And in which case, it would then be also have to be the case that like if it comes to like homosexuality, right? Like it could be the case that watching gay porn or something back when that was like seen as a bad thing would cause that same social stigma, right? And that would cause them to feel disgusted with themselves. But that would be more along the lines of internalized homophobia, right? So they would feel disgusted with themselves because society told them to. So either way, oh, fuck. I don't like where this is going. Souls aren't real. Being against porn in general is a swerve position. This is true. Like, Vaush is still gross. He's just... Yeah, but, like, gross is not enough for me to say they deserve to have their career ruined. Like, the punishment doesn't fit the crime there, right? So if it's the case that Lolicon isn't that bad... Fuck, I'm torn. Then Vaush does not deserve... I mean, even if it is, I don't know. Or, like, even if it's, like, really bad. Like, I don't know if he deserves to have his career ruined over it. getting your career ruined over something like that, I think is a bit much. Fuck, I don't know. But like if it's the case that like we treat lolly consumption being bad as like a fixed point, right? Which is sort of what I did. And that's sort of why I came to the conclusion that Vaush is guilty of the thing he's being accused of, which is being a PDF file. Though, again, that's using the term very loosely in terms of like oh, well, that's the technical definition. But like, again, pedophile describes like a very broad category of people at this point. It's like, are we talking child molester or somebody that watches cartoons sexually depicting children, right? There's an obvious difference there. Not saying that either one of them is okay, by the way. It's, oh my god, I'm doing the thing. I'm doing the, yeah, don't worry, guys. I condemn Hamas thing. Holy shit. He's still one IMO? Yeah, but like, if we're talking about like consequential, like, again, I'm a consequentialist, so I can't make that argument of like, well, he is this thing, so he's bad, right? That's like antithetical to consequentialism, right? Like, as a consequentialist, I have to find outcomes that are bad, right? I feel like anything other than that is just like a placeholder for things. It's like, okay, it's obviously bad, so I'll sort of use it as like an axiom, but like, you know, like, it could be debated in of itself, right? But if I don't assert it as an axiom, then it's going to be the case that, fuck, what if Hitler Cunny 1488 from Twitter was right about Vaush? What if they were right all along? What if I shouldn't have disregarded them? You know, maybe they had a point. You know, it seems like Hitler Cunny 1488 was like one of the first people to make the argument that Vaush is a hypocrite, and that was the main issue. Shit. Fuck. God damn it. Why has this gone full circle into me agreeing with fucking Hitler Cunny 1480? This is not okay. There's something wrong. Something is not right here. Vaush is on record saying he thinks his defense is based on the claim that the pic wasn't tagged as lolly. Yeah, exactly. And his defense is wrong because the pic was clearly lolly. You can tell from looking at it, I think. I don't know, but then it's also, oh god, this hurts. My brain, this hurting. You're stuck on a spin cycle. You could be right. I might just end stream. What the fuck? Because then it's like, okay, if I explore the possibility of like being wrong about this, even though it's like the worst example to explore, I feel like I'm going to get the Vaush treatment. And by that I mean people are going to take clips. They're going to clip chimp me and say that I am in favor of this. Because like if it turns out that I'm wrong, right? So like if I for the sake of an argument, take the pro-lolly position and argue why it's actually based in red pill, right? And then I have like a whole arc where I debate that or some shit like that just because it's edgy and controversial. I feel like people would take that and be like, yep, this person's definitely a pedo. But I just want to explore the ideas behind it. You don't got that Destiny, Riz, don't do it. Yeah, exactly. That's the problem. Is I'm not Destiny. Or even Vaush. They're both better than me at debate. So, like, optically, I would get fucked. Completely. And I also have a smaller platform than both of them. So, like, again, I can't afford to do that. Like, if I were to get dogpiled on something like that, then, like, that would be... It's like, unless it's super obvious from, like, an outside perspective without that much thought, that it's a bunch of fucking horse shit. Horse shit, get it? Because we're talking about... we're talking in a Vaush stream. Sorry, anyways. That was so fucking unfunny. Call up Acheeto or... Yeah, I'm sure that Acheeto is going to have some great, detailed, analytical opinions of this. Oh my god. This might be something that I talk to Lord Pasta or Sinthe about. this is something that Lord Pasta has criticized me for as well, is like not using my ethical analysis for this one specific subject because it's bad optics if I were to do that. So what do I care more about? Optics or moral consistency? Or are my morals wrong? But I don't think my morals are wrong. I think it's because, again, it all stems from like a moral realist framework, so it's not that it's really subjective, it's just about to have the worst team up in history. Jesus Christ. You know what would be really entertaining? Okay, honestly though, I feel like yeah, no, I don't know. No, I would not call up Acheeto for something like this. He would have the same problem that I have, where like he most likely has the same emotional, emotionally intuitive response of thinking it's bad, right? Emotion before thought, right? Which I understand. I have the same thing. But that doesn't answer any of the questions I have. Because I don't have like an intellectual argument for why it's bad. Just an emotional one. I feel like the emotional one, in part, has to do with the things that it's associated with. Again, it's associated with. So what do I associate? What are the associations I make when it comes to this entire discourse? Well, I think about the potential. Because it stops being just, oh, this is weird and gross. It's like people looking at cartoons of children being sexually depicted. It's not just that anymore. It's also attached to, also if you were to like come up with like if you were to like whatever, defend it or whatever, say you don't have like a reason to believe it's bad, it's terrible optics. So it's associated with bad optics, potentially getting canceled over it, getting called a PDF file for making a nuanced argument that doesn't even argue in favor of it, just saying, oh, I don't have reason to believe necessarily that this is harmful, so I'd like to wait for there to be more evidence before I condemn it. And at your size, you should probably care about optics first. That's what I'm thinking, and this is why I refuse to talk about this 99.99% of the time. Because I feel like it's physically impossible to explore the different arguments without getting canceled if I like I feel like even what I've done on this stream, and I've been really fucking careful to not say the wrong thing. I've been really fucking careful when it comes to like the way I word stuff. Like, holy shit. And it's like clarification after clarification. So I'm trying to make it physically impossible to misinterpret my position, basically. I hope I've done a good job at making it physically impossible. I don't know if I have or not. Just waiting for Destiny's opinion, like the rest of us, before you make up your mind. He'll be baited soon enough. Yeah. Well, okay, like, I know I joked about, like, I'm just gonna have the same position on Lolicon as Destiny, but slightly more against it. I know I said that as a joke, but, like, there is some truth to it, right? Like, it's like, okay, well, like, if this is, if the problem, fuck, it is an optics argument, isn't it? It's entirely optics. Holy shit. I'm wondering if the anxiety I have around this optics minefield is Fuck, I don't know. It's definitely justified and warranted because it is basically a minefield. Yeah, I don't know. Why don't you start off with the pro-incest debates, take it slow? Oh, God. So I guess the argument would be that, like, yeah, so if it's the case that you have two identical twin brothers, there's no power dynamic, right? And there's no capacity for them to give birth. Why would that be wrong? I don't have an argument for why it's wrong. And because fuck. But the way I framed it here makes it like, oh, okay, this isn't an optics minefield. So I could just be like, oh, okay. Doesn't seem to be the case that it's wrong until somebody can provide a better argument. Oh, shit. Is that what I've done with the other discourse? Is this why it hurts my head? Is because it's an optics minefield and that's it? Are my opinions being dictated by the optics minefield? Is that the reason? Is it a self-preservation? That's scary. That's really fucking scary. How many of my opinions are based on self-preservation rather than actual logic and reasoning? If the logic and reasoning is secondary, then it's going to be the case that I can make points that sound logical, when in reality I'm preserving myself. This is disturbing. This is really fucking disturbing to me. They're self-aware. I would hope so. Because that's the 1% and we don't make the rules for 1%. So this would be like a legal argument. So again, this would be why it ought to be illegal for incest to be immoral, right? And again, I don't know how you would write in law incest should be immoral unless they are two identical twin brothers that are of the age of consent, that are incapable of giving birth, right? I feel like that would... I mean, would that be impossible to legislate? I don't know. Would it be worth it? Probably not. It's probably not worth the time. But, like, that wouldn't be, like, a moral argument. But see, that's the thing, is Destiny has made that argument before. And he genuinely believes it, so I feel like Destiny has paved the way by making it not... I feel like if Destiny hadn't talked about it, I feel like I would have been more reluctant to make that fucking point. Holy shit. I mean, if you really cared about logic, you'd be a vegan right now. Hold on. I agree with veganism. That's the thing. I will end up being vegan one day, okay? But slowly over time, I have to eat less and less animal products to get there. And right now, I'm not really in a position to do that. Because I don't want to cold turkey it, right? That never works with diets. And I also live with my parents. So, like, what would that consist of? Oh, hey, by the way, I'm going to become a vegan, but, like, I'm going to eat animal products sometimes, but not always. And I'm going to, like, slowly stop eating them over time. So, make dinner for me that is... like, that would be fucking insane, right? Like, no. I'm not going to do that. Like, just, that's not how you start a diet. I'm sorry. Illegal and immoral are completely separate. Agreed. Right? So, I believe that there's, like, not, like, a moral argument you could make in the case of, like, two identical twins that are, like, yeah, like, two identical twins, same biological sex, committing incest. Yeah, I don't know. Reason I'm not too worried about optics when I say that is because I know Destiny has said the same fucking thing. So I could just be like, well, do you think that Destiny is pro incest and defend and abhorrent and this evil person? It's like, okay. What would be the equivalent? Argument. He's weak from their own brain right now. I feel like, unironically, not because I'm smart, but because the world is large and scary. It's because of all the things I don't know. Holy, oh fuck. Me saying I'm not smart and then saying that sounds like a pseudo-intellectual. Does that, I hope that doesn't come across, oh god. That sounds like a pseudo-intellectual thing. While it is true that I do have quite a bit of knowledge, it's actually so little knowledge in comparison to all the knowledge I don't have. But it is a true statement. But it sounds like it could be pseudo-intellectual. No, it sounds like the kind of thing that a smart person would say, but that a dumb person would hear and think, that sounds really smart, so then they repeat it. That's what it sounds like. Brain is chugging. It's chugging along. Oh my god. But most laws would handle the 90% with child protection laws, since most incest is PDF files preying on kids they're related to. Yeah, but I think that 10% is a pretty big margin, is it not? Do you have to moralize every aspect of your life, though? Not necessarily, but it's also going to be the case that, like, you should understand how it fits into, like, a moral framework, right? Or, like, if you're going to morally condemn something, right? Like, this is why I think that the lolicon discourse is cancer, right? Is because it's not something that exists in my life, thankfully. But, well, I mean, I guess the discourse itself does, at this point, because of this whole fucking situation with Vaush and the whole rabbit hole I've gone down. Do you have to moralize? But that's the thing, is like, I think no matter what, it is logically impossible for Vaush to be in the right. He has to be at least somewhat wrong to an extent that is worthy of talking about. Even if it's the case that actually lolicon is 100% okay and ethically justifiable. However, Vaush has unjustifiably condemned the heroes of YouTube, like Flamenco TV or whatever the fuck, right? Or, like, even if, like, that, like, even if, like, no matter what, there's something he has to take accountability for. I don't know what it is. But he's a fuck, that's the thing, is, like, I'd say he's logically inconsistent, and that's, like, the main issue. But I'm also logically inconsistent sometimes. It seems, just not very often. And you wouldn't say I'm an evil person for that. That's sort of how I flesh out my positions, though, is analyzing them. Most of the people in the world think in a way where they hear something they think sounds smart, take it as fact, and will ride or die on that idea. It's terrible, but it's how it works. Yeah, exactly. But I feel like the main requirement for getting me to not use the mode of analysis that I use is almost being forced into making emotional arguments to create some sort of association with emotion that wouldn't be there by default, right? Like, it could be the case in a vacuum. Like, it's like, okay, I just don't give a shit about lolicon. I have zero feelings towards it. Like, there's nothing there. Like, it's not very appealing to me, but, like, whatever. It exists, I guess, right? Like, in a vacuum, that might be my interpretation, right? I don't know. As opposed to more of, like, a innate, vehement opposition to it right off the bat. If I recall correctly, his argument was that lolly consumers usually do more nefarious things. When he was talking to Mr. Grohl, that he couldn't imagine it stopped at lolly. Yeah, but I feel like that applies to Mr. Grohl specifically, who's admitted to being sexually attracted to children. I mean, it's specifically in the Cuties review. Good movie, he says. You know, the movie that sexually exploits children, which isn't okay. I don't know. If you threw in my dude, that would have been a perfect Vaush impression. Wait, what? Wait, for what? I don't know. Oh my god. This is such a... Ugh. I need to do research. Sorry, I'm reading. I don't even want to read some of this out loud. What the fuck? Yeah, Fuck, this is really uncomfortable. I know Mr. Girl's a pedo, but his tracks are kind of good. Are they? Their only evidence is emotion. Wait, you know the people who watch Fox News call someone a commie? They now think they're a commie? Or people who watch MSNBC and hear them call Trump a fascist or a Nazi or whatever, will call him one. American news is awful. I mean, to be fair, fascist, I wouldn't say Trump is a Nazi. I don't think he's nearly anti-Semitic enough. But fascist, I could see being the case. I guess it depends on how you define fascist and how loosely you use the term, right? So part of that is going to boil down to the definition, right? So like for some people, it's enough that he tried to overthrow the government basically in January 6th, right? That's like their position, right? Whereas some people might need like a higher threshold, right? So that would be like an example of people using words differently more than anything else, at least in terms of like good faith discourse. Like, yeah, there's going to be some people that call everybody a Nazi or a fascist, right? It's like, oh yeah, everybody I don't like is a Nazi and a fascist. He's power hungry for sure. Wait, what? The only evidence is emotion and sides? Yeah. But it's like if the conclusion... Okay, so let's say that the... Because, like, I argued with the axiom that lolicon is bad, right? Even though I'm, like, more agnostic now that I think of it. I guess that's why I'm able to flip-flop. Yeah, I don't know. And then it's like, okay, Vaush is kind of a bad person for that. But then it's also going to be the case that the specific defense, the only logically possible defense for Vaush would be one that he has condemned and argued against and said that he can't believe there are people that are saying he's... I mean, I guess it wasn't entirely defense, but like the correct... If like... I guess the closest thing to a defense would be he's a hypocrite, which isn't enough to ruin his career, right? Like he's just a hypocrite for condemning Lolly, but then having it saved on his PC, right? So it's like, okay, I don't want to entertain that idea because Vaush himself doesn't want to. So fuck, man, I don't know. As a person on the right, January 6th was definitely wrong, but it was misinterpreted in many ways. Yeah, I'm not going to get into that discourse. I'm going to end stream soon. I feel like my brain is broken. Am I, like, okay, am I just really stupid? Like, I feel like there's like there's got to be some reason, right? Beyond, I feel like it's bad, so it's bad, that people have. Then again, like, that's ultimately what my reasoning boiled down to an extent. And everything else was a conclusion drawn backwards from there. I sent you Mentis video. We're not going to watch that today. We'll get to it at some point, maybe. You can watch it on your own if you want. I might not get to it. What you have to find is if drawn CP has any real material harm to children. Yeah, I know, and that's what I've been looking for, but I can't find it. Does the inbreeding argument against incest even work? Should we outlaw people with inheritable genetic diseases from reproducing? Isn't that eugenics? I mean, yeah, but it would cause harm to the offspring, right? It would cause harm to the people that would inherit these disabilities, right? And so they would live undesirable lives. That would cause more pain than pleasure. And it's generally going to be the case that like the people that would otherwise inbreed with each other are still going to be sexually attracted to people that are outside of their family tree, right? And it's going to be the case that if they would be willing to have children with their own fucking siblings, they would be willing to have children with somebody that isn't, right? So you would end up with either way they have children, but the outcome is preferable if they have children without inbreeding, right? Again, the reason that eugenics is bad is not because it's eugenics, right? It's bad because, well, I guess it's bad because of adjacent things that it refers to, I guess. Like as in, I guess the same reason pedophilia would be bad. Fuck. Because because it's not bad for the sake of being bad, right? Like it's bad because it harms children when those sexual urges are acted on, right? But like in of itself, it wouldn't be a problem. Like as in like the attraction itself, it would have to be. Again, this is, oh my god, this is again optics fucking nightmare. It's a fucking minefield out here. I think this is a good part where I should end stream. I feel like I'm gonna get canceled for categorically distinguishing between offenders and non-offenders. And for not condemning Hamas or Lolicon every 5 seconds. But ultimately, what is my conclusion about Vaush? That's what I'll end on. My conclusion about Vaush is uncertain. I don't know yet. I went into this thinking I was going to actually be even more against Vaush than when I started, but I don't know. It's actually the other way around. But I don't know. People are complicated, including Vaush, and I don't know if having the shit in his folder in of itself caused any material harm, unless it was to him psychologically as an individual. With that being said, I do think that he has caused harm by simply just being too irresponsible to take accountability. But this circles back to the position that I took the least seriously. Is it simply that I haven't delved into the position that I took the least seriously? Or does it circle back to it because it's the correct position? I don't know. And maybe I never will know. But it's definitely worth thinking about nonetheless. Either way. Fuck. This is bad. This hurts my brain. I wonder if the reason I'm able to think logically most of the time and detach that from emotions is maybe I just require more emotional mindedness than the average person. Like as in more things to make me think about something emotionally, right? Like I feel emotions and I have thoughts, but usually they're almost disconnected. And I'm wondering if neurotypical people have them a lot more intertwined. And if, for me, these things have to be manually intertwined. And if that's the case, like as in, you know, me going out of my way to do it to myself, which usually I'm not going to do. I'd rather just be a logical thinker, or society doing it to me, where essentially the emotions surrounding adjacent things, whether it be the idea of having terrible optics and being ostracized, or the idea of being perceived in a negative light, even though you know you're in the right, even rhymes. If that has to exceed a certain threshold for that to take precedence, for that to intertwine it, I don't dislike Vaush for his rhetoric, I dislike him for how fake he is. Yeah, I guess the conclusion I could come to, potentially, is that maybe he's fake. This is a completely different argument than what I started with. I don't know if I'm ever going to come to the truth. I went into this thinking, oh, I had it all figured out. I started defending him, and now I'm this brave ex-Vaushite who's here to condemn him. But it's not that simple. That would just be the opposite of what I would be. Like, it would be like the inverse of what I'm arguing against, not the opposite. It'd be the same thing I'm arguing against, but in reverse. Have you been diagnosed with autism? I believe so. If not, it's really fucking obvious that I have it. Especially based on how I acted as a... You think I'm fucking autistic now? You have not seen me as a child. Holy shit. The amount of sensory issues I had was insane. Jesus Christ, it was bad. You should have watched the Destiny 1v5 debate when he debated a bunch of conservative women on ethical CP. Is that a thing? If it is, send it to me on Discord. My Discord username is Femyoz, Femyoz. If Vaush banged his identical twin, would you still be having a crisis about it? I probably would, because I would be like, wait, what if Vaush is two people? What if there's two people that play the character of Vaush? There's Ian and some other guy. Maybe his name isn't even Ian. And one of them has been exposed for having lolicon on the computer. But then the other one is being framed as well, since he also relies on the Vaush brand. Sorry, I'm being fucking retarded right now. But yeah, I don't know. It probably wouldn't make my fucking existential crisis any better. Yeah, I don't know. I think that sort of wraps up everything, though. Horse bros, yeah, maybe they'd be horse bros. I don't know. That would be interesting, huh? You know, maybe after hearing that Destiny make the incest argument, they start fucking each other, or they have it on in the background while they're fucking. Jesus Christ. I don't look at people by their politics. I could care less as long as you're a good person. You, for example. Aw, thank you. I think you're a good person at heart, and I might disagree with you on some stuff, but I don't care. See, and I appreciate that. Great stream. Needed more cat, though. Stop? Stop what? Yeah, oh my god. I hope it was a good stream. Yeah, I don't know. Fuck, who knows? Maybe in 6 months from now, I fucking make a video essay. The disturbing truth about lolicon. In which I convert from an anti-lolly person to a staunch flamenco TV defender. Could you imagine? I don't want to jinx it and make it because that, like, as in, I don't want to make it that happen. Let's just like, this discourse scares me. Again, I don't even know where the emotional aversion comes from. If it comes from other people or myself intuitively. W stream, why thank you. By the way, I was talking to a homie about you. He said he'd tap. I see. W stream, let's go. Play tipster theme. Oh, right. I don't know if I know where tipster theme song. Is it? Hold on. Is it this one? Hold on. Okay. This is not the one that I thought it was. Never mind. Yeah, so anyways. Oh wait, I have it at 1.25, my bad. Is this the one you were talking about? I know there was like a... I thought there was like a different one. Maybe I'm misremembering. You 2 times it? Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, that explains why I thought it was different. Yeah, so anyways, I hope you all enjoyed this epic live stream. And, you know, I'm hoping that you all had a fun time, even though we talked about tipster for like 0.01% of the stream. And then the rest of the time, we talked about other stuff. I guess when it came to my analysis, I did leave room for swapping or removal.
Give me a retard break for like 2
The main axiom here, Lolicon is basically evil. If it is evil, then Vaush is evil, right? Unambiguously. Same thing with drawn bestiality. Now, the extent to which it is morally wrong to have these things, I guess is something that is up for debate, to an extent at least. I guess I never really argued against that specifically, so... Damn, what a complicated subject, huh? Seems simple on the surface, it's bad. Because reasons. And then you look into it, it's like, ah, shit, I don't know, man. Politics has always been a hard game since everyone's mind is unique, since everyone is born a different way. Every person's morals will be different, and one's political opinions are able to be accurately predicted through morals. Oh, no one's. I would argue they're definitely intertwined, though. Like, morals and political values are definitely intertwined, right? But, like, I didn't start out as, like, a fucking libertarian socialist, right? Like, I had to get there through my morals, I guess, right? My morals led me to that position, though. But yeah, anyways, I hope you all enjoyed. And I will see you all in the next one.
What the fuck is that?
And at the end of the day, in conclusion, Tipster is a pretty good dude, not gonna lie. I think Tipster's a good dude. Good night, everybody.
The girls can't contain